Hello, everybody. We are back with part 2 of the supposed one-shot. And I'm here with Caffeinated Pandemonium, Faithful Eclipse, Rabid Turtle, Rad But Sad, and Zypher Zen is our DM. He is not streaming, but bully him anyways. I will shout them out. I will shout out all people who stream. So Caffeinated and Monium. That's Monium, not Monium. Ah, shit. There we go. So Faithful Eclipse. These are all wonderful people. Please drop them a follow, support their channels. Turtle 2559. So Brad, but Dad. That's not the rabbit turtle. HD. Let's try that again. Also, rabbit turtle. Nope. Oh well. But we are back at it with D&D, and Aster, you're such a good bond. But also, I will not be interacting with chat much, as it is a D&D session, so if you redeem any voice messages, like voice redeems other than the free stuff, that will have to wait till another stream. Or the end of stream. Either one. Anyways, let's get into it.
Hi. You're looking at me so cute. Hi, Gojo.
Need to stop getting distracted.
2 minutes.
Damn it. Never mind.
What's it called? It's like, oh, hi, Fake, you're back.
Yes.
Sorry.
These are good Skittles. Alright, we're just waiting for Pienda's timer to go up and that was good. My cat is staring at me. But hello, Faye chat. Hello.
These dorks are adorable.
No, you.
And you.
Wrong. How does it feel to be wrong?
I'm not wrong. That's the thing.
Also, I'm still like a little like coughing. So.
I've seen 90% of all y'all's real faces, and y'all fucking adorable.
How dare you?
Yeah, you gotta use the strategy I used on Monday when I was sick and dying. 14 hours of sleep.
That didn't work for me. It's been 3 months.
24 hour. Knock yourself out. Coma.
I got a story about that.
I think we need to just get a good plane ticket and fly out to Zen and bully him.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Please, I would cry. I would actually cry. I would have nowhere for you to sleep, but just bring sleeping bags and we're good.
Okay,
I
different
will clear a
plan.
living room. I will clear the living room for a sleeping bag party, alright?
Okay, that does sound kind of fun. But
Yeah, it
different
does.
plan, same idea. We get money together to get Zen's happy dream demon ass to TwitchCon so that we can all do a meet and greet at
Yes.
TwitchCon and have a hotel party.
Yes.
No!
Yes! Yes!
Yes.
I could probably throw in like $100.
Guys!
I could throw in at least 200.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Depending on my bills, I might be able to do like 3.
Stop planning things.
Hear me out. Also, we get an Airbnb.
Hey, yo, guys, no, y'all.
Hmm?
I think my family has a timeshare down there.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Also, side note, I do have purple elf ears, so I just need the face paint, the clothes, and the wings.
Oh my god.
I can help you with the wings.
I just need the
VTuber
horn.
cosplay.
I know where to get a hold of some good purple.
Faye, you're such a good.
Oh, it's not just
IRL
purple.
panda?
I need purple and black.
I've got like a dark gray body paint, sort of like makeup.
I got scales.
Honestly, I just need to not cut my hair and then dye it. My hair pretty much folds in a very similar fashion. Also, Panda.
I want that. I need that. Right fucking meow.
I know, right? I want a sweater.
Oh,
That looks so comfy.
oh.
I need that. And
Oh.
my leaf.
What? What? What do you want?
Oh, so fun fact. The outfit that my PNG has, I've actually put up the pre-order samples on my throne from Nihalo.
Wait,
Oh my God.
really?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Faye, that is awesome!
Yay, that's
yeah.
amazing.
There's
I gotta do
there's
my
70
stuff real quick.
Alright,
Okay.
do your stuff.
They're $75 each though.
I mean, fair. It's like,
Mhm.
it's Nyahalo, that's like good stuff, and it's a full
Yeah.
ass outfit.
It's
It makes
it's also the
sense.
pre-order.
Yeah, exactly. That's fucking so cool, though. Would you what do you want? Hey! Get your claws off there. That is my door frame. That is not a scratching post. I will kick your butt. No matter how fluffy it is. Don't give me that look. Licking your lips all every 2 seconds. I got no snacks for you. Do you think you're gonna get treats? What are you looking at the ground for? What? You're lucky you're cute. Kojo. I love you. Don't turn your butt to me. Really? Really? You're gonna be like, turn your butt to me? And then like, look
Jojo,
over
my
me?
beloved.
Kojo, your butthead.
Gojo being fucking
Okay.
adorable.
I know, right? Absolute goober.
Like father, like cat, son.
Oh my god, cat father
Rad.
and cat son.
Oh no.
Exactly.
The heel is pinging me. It is a dinosaur thing. Okay, cool. Ooh. Close the blue sky. Oh, right. I forgot to play the music. I'm gonna play the loudest music in the repertoire that you've already heard. Adjust 9 volumes at your own leisure. Let me know when you're ready.
I don't know how to adjust the volumes.
Just adjust your browser volume. Or you adjust the volume in the jukebox tab. It's the only time you're allowed to open the jukebox tab.
I don't know how.
What?
I can't adjust the volume.
So,
Are you on mobile?
No, I'm on PC.
Rabid,
Well, go to
look
the
at my
jukebox
stream.
tab.
Look at my fucking stream.
Here, I'm just gonna put
Okay.
it on play. There you go.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
There you go.
Yes.
Adjust 9 volumes as necessary. This is the loudest the music will get, as far as I'm aware.
Meow 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 meow.
Yum 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 yum.
Alright. Let me know when everyone's volumes are good.
Mine is
Meow.
good.
Chat on my end. How's everyone's volumes?
Clicky clacks.
Big flex.
Click clacks. Oh, I got new
Panda
dice.
copy.
I got new
Really good.
dice.
You got new dice?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I got new dice too. They have pandas.
Same.
Alright, I'm gonna switch back to the main volume. Are we all ready to go? Before we waste any more time, because we have like very little time before
Yes.
the hard cut off. So,
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
so Panda.
Yes,
It's okay.
yes, yes,
It's
yes.
not your fault.
Let's go.
Wait,
All
why
right,
am I?
recap. Ready? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Go.
So, last we left off, your ragtag group of cats and one non-cat had found their way into the town of. Oh, okay. I'm having a moment here. The town of Bright Fleece. You had been sent over to this town. I'm sorry, the town of Bright Fleece in Pickbury Dale. You'd been sent over by a man who you had worked with previously and done some work with as a party to take some herbs for a memory loss potion to this town, to the alchemist who you later met named Javera. Javera, however, when you arrived in this town, didn't really seem to know what you were talking about, didn't really have an order in for anything like this. You found the town kind of in a state of disarray. Houses bust down and broken and fallen apart. The place looked like it had been, for the most part, abandoned for a very long time, with a few scattered locations still in operation. Deciding to head over to the tavern to settle in and figure out what was going on, you were told by the innkeeper, Turmeric Levy, who is a centaur, that, like, it had been kind of abandoned for a while. Things had been going downhill. Couldn't really, like, put a thumb on why, just people had been steadily leaving and trickling out. And that it had been this way for quite a long time, and pretty much as long as she could remember. The town had originally been a mining town, built around the mines to the north, originally through a collaboration between those who were settling and the druids who were here prior. Through a little bit of investigation, you also found that these druids were originally, like, meant to be protecting this place from what they believed was some sort of evil, but didn't really have any more detail than that. You also met someone who was or at least you're pretty sure you met someone who was a flower stall owner. The place has become pretty run down overall. You've made your way to the north to investigate further. Had a run-in with someone who was deaf, gave you some signing, asked about, like, someone named Solaris, and warned you to keep your eyes, on the sky. Before, it was almost like they just weren't there anymore, or never were there. But you've had a few experiences so far with Faye especially, just kind of reappearing in new locations, injured or covered in blood. Latest one involving a key to a homestead nearby called the Cruel Soil Homestead. Faith, you in particular had woken up one morning with writing on your chest, carved into your chest, after a particularly upsetting night. This place is still decrepit. You've seen cows wandering around in the middle of the town. You've made your way to the homestead where you were attacked by a group of massive wolves, led by an alpha named Bailey, who eventually, after using speak with animals to kind of calm them down and sort out the situation, discovered that they were here because Bailey had once belonged to the family that used to live here, and had come back to figure out what had happened to them and where they had gone. They weren't sure if it was the first time or fifth time that they had been here, only that they felt this drive to come back and find them, and that there was an urgency to their voice and their panic. You would eventually convince them that you would look for clues and sent them on their way to where they instructed you to reach out to them at the lake to the north when you had some answers. You have also been tasked by the bartender to investigate the mines to the north, which are a big reason for a lot of the people steadily drifting out of this town, because it being their main source of currency and their main income has been overrun with something that has chased out all the local miners. Probably nothing too serious, but something that's a little bit more out of range for the local guards. You did some looking around the Cruel Soil homestead. You found another key and a note for that key. You have found a few interesting tidbits. Faye had gotten an interesting deck of cards at one point. You, Panda, had obtained a drift globe, which is a globe that can produce light on command once a day.
I'm a blind some bitches.
You'd managed to scrounge up a bit of money, and you'd managed to find this key and this note, which had indicated that it was a spare key for some other building. That the spare key to a house that you found behind a painting of two koi of different colors. That was the twins' favorite painting. You also found the note that it said that there was a ceremony at sunset, and otherwise you've been left kind of to just figure out what's going on. And the floor is yours. It is currently about late afternoon, midday. Not too late, but you know, plenty of time to kind of do what you will. The floor is yours.
Very quickly before we carry on, outside of D&D thing, yes, there is a beeping. There will be a beeping throughout. We cannot fix this. Please try your best to ignore it. If you have to leave because the beeping is too insistent, we totally understand, but sorry.
Yeah.
You're not going crazy.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry about that. Oh, right. And also, you guys did at one point explore the library to the southeast, where you guys had also obtained after like kind of just a quick cursory look at the front area, had obtained a map to the town, which is giving kind of guidance of other locations. Yeah. What would you like to do?
Honestly, my purse is probably just
We're
trying to
still
find
pretty
someone to
beaten.
climb on.
Aren't we still pretty beaten up from that fight?
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
Sort of.
You were a little bit beaten up. You did at the end of the fight obtain a couple of health potions, which I believe most of you had used to kind of touch up.
Yeah.
I think you still have like one health potion left, and I think the only one left injured is a little bit injured is Faith.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we should probably lots rest since we're still. I couldn't remember if we were still beaten up or not.
Injured, no, but you did go through like a couple of spell slots and things like that.
Yeah.
I
So-
have 16 temp HP.
True. You guys are doing like pretty okay. You've kind of like you drank a few health potions to kind of clear up most of these serious injuries that you guys have obtained against the wolves. You're just like kind of a little bit like more mentally exhausted than physically. Not exhausted, but like just you know, you feel aware of like a quick, pretty terrifying battle. Big ass wolves.
So yeah, we should probably get a short rest or something in so that we can recover spell slots then.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Are you
Yes,
guys just gonna like set up like temporarily here in like this general vicinity? Vicinity?
Why don't we just go back to the place that we paid for that also has food and possibly intel?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can head
Yeah.
back to the tavern if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So y'all can get your centaur milk there.
Yes.
I don't like how that is worded, but
Don't either.
okay.
Alright. So you guys kind of pack up what you found. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I was just saying terrible thanks in response to the milk.
Yeah. So you guys go ahead and go ahead, Benda.
I am having some slight tech issues.
Okay.
I can't pull up my character sheet.
Oh no.
Restart the page.
Goodbye, Musica.
Okay, but seriously, that town doesn't have cows except for that one weird one. So
Well,
where do you
yeah,
think
you
the
haven't
milk in the
really
bar
seen-
comes from?
You guys haven't really like gone looking for farm animals. You did pass some farms on the way in that were
Aha! There it is. Thank
kind
you.
of abandoned. There were some further out ones that were okay, but like some of the ones closer to the town were definitely abandoned. So it's very likely they could have outsourced their milk from farms a little further out. You guys have only like explored a little bit, so you guys haven't really like looked for any kind of like general stores or anything like that. At least not that you've noticed like as you're going.
It's fixed. Can
awesome.
you restart the
Yep.
The Musica?
I am gonna
Sorry.
switch up the music here.
Thank you, sorry.
No, you're fine. So you guys are heading back towards the tavern. As you're kind of passing through the main part of the town, all the stalls are completely like, you know, still completely destroyed. Flowers wilted, things like that. One stall in particular still kind of like on its legs, but you know, nothing really there, just some wilted flowers and things like that. You do see on your way back, as you're coming from the north, you do see like a quick general store at a glance as you're passing by, called Puffball Prolifics General Store. And you start heading back to the tavern.
I'm sorry, what was it called again?
Puffball Prolifics. I can type it in here for you in the game chat.
Out of character
I can.
question.
Hmm?
Is the inspiration for that name from your eco store name?
The opposite.
Okay.
I'll put you over here back on the town map so you guys can see all the thingamajigs.
Oh my word, it is coming down outside. It is raining hard.
Ooh.
Oh, also, y'all, if you hear random like cat yowling, there's 2 cats fighting outside my door.
Thankfully, it is not coming over, so you are fine.
You might hear thunder through my. I don't know though.
The Bumbling Satyr.
The Bumbling Satyr is in fact the tavern that you had booked some rooms at.
Time to get an overfilled portion of food.
And not sit next to Faith.
What?
Alright, you guys are continuing onward towards the tavern, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm having a little bit of trouble trying to figure out where my GM layer of transparency is. There we go. Trying to see if okay, I did
Rabid.
not put the name.
Why'd you roll
Yeah.
damage?
I don't know. My heat is funky right now.
Fucking fight god. Why is not? Okay, here we go. This needs to go on the map layer. There we go. And this as well.
My inner loot goblin wants to go into all the destroyed houses.
Why is
Same.
that? In...
But I'm not playing a rogue.
The hospital.
There
Didn't
go,
we
that's
try
all.
that
There we
already?
Yeah, we tried that.
Oh wait, we did.
go. Did you try what?
The hospital.
Oh, yeah,
Raiding
you
it
did
for
try the
stuff.
hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty abandoned, and when you had gone to the hospital, you'd found a lot of just patient records of people who had checked in, and they were really checked out.
Ruh-roh.
But other than that, nothing really, just a place that looked pretty kind of abandoned in a rush, if anything. Like a lot of places you've seen so far. People didn't really stop for anything or keep anything tidy. Alright. But you
Did
are
we
going
see
back
the
to
random
tavern.
move?
You don't see the cow at the moment.
Damn.
Not yet. He's probably off somewhere else, but...
Okay.
Right. To the tavern?
To the tavern.
Okay. You head on into the tavern, and as usual, Your very familiar Tavern Keep is kind of just hanging out. She seems to have pulled up a rather comfy-looking centaur appropriate pillow to sit upon, and is just kind of thumbing through a book behind the bar. But as she sees you guys come in, she gets up and stretches. Low. She gives a little stretch and kind of nods to you guys. You do see the cat lounging on one of the chairs by the bar, off to in the corner. As soon as the cat sees you, he kind of does a little stretch as well, sniffs of it, and then kind of hops off the chair and pads off to his bowl to eat. What would you like to do?
Who has all the money? Let's get something to eat.
From what
That's
you've
the cat.
experienced so far, 42 seems to be, yeah, that's the cat. He gets a nice loud yell, right? Right, Gojo?
Gojo being
Um,
sound effects.
Yep.
So realistic.
I know. Man, I've gotten so good at these.
Man, I didn't know
Um,
you could do a cat yell.
As you guys are coming in, bartender gives you a nod. It's about afternoon, so she does kind of lay out a couple, she just nods and she kind of nudges a stack of menus off to the side for you guys to pick through if you want, and it seems to be the lunch menu that you're familiar with by now.
The lunch. What was on the lunch?
Lunchtime. It should be in your handouts, but third tab. There should be a tavern menu.
Ah. Right.
There it
The
is.
centipede cheese balls.
Tiny.
You can click on it to make it bigger.
Braised
Oh, that's how
blackbird.
you do it. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
Wild
worries.
cat wonder.
I just kind of raise my hand and I'm in greeting, and it's like, we allowed to food, room, tired, sleep.
How about you?
Okay.
Just let me know what you like. I'll prep as you need.
Alright, you cats.
Can I have the bird?
The bird?
The bird.
Ah, the braised blackbird.
Bird. And
And would you like anything to drink with that?
strong. And just walk away.
Braised blackbird and an elfin moondrop then.
I'll bring it
Just,
to
let
her.
walk away.
This will be. And anything else for the rest of you?
Can I get
Probably-
the Wildcat Wonder and an Elven Moondrop as well?
Certainly an elfin moondrop, a wildcat wonder, anything else?
I'll take the same.
Eight.
Alright, 2 wildcat wonders and 2
18.
elfin moondrops. And will this be all on one
20.
bill, or are you paying separately?
All in one bill.
Alright. And you?
Just the centipede cheese balls.
Centipede cheese balls, alright. Good choice. One of my favorites. And for you, esteemed gentleman, and she looks over at the rather esteemed floof that is Maximus DeVille.
Maximus is looking over the menu. He wasn't really paying attention to it earlier because really, as much as a food-loving cat as he is, it's not always the center of attention because he's been dealing with some shit with just this place. So he hasn't really had time to just look at everything. Excuse me, that was real loud.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I burped. I don't know if my mic picked it up. Okay, I thought I burped right into the mic. I'm like, oh fuck, that's bad manners. My bad.
D&D manners.
What are those?
But
Sorry, I've been
Maximus,
watching
he will peruse the menu, and he will he'll look back up. I believe.
I'm
that
so sorry I
shall
got raided.
have
You're good.
The braised blackbird, an
The
order
braised
of,
blackbird.
of those mealworm fritters, and the smoky date red, if you would.
Alright. So that'll be 2 braised blackbirds, 2 wildcat wonders, a centipede cheese ball, 4 elven moon drops, and a smoky date red, correct?
That's correct.
Just doing some quick math.
It's okay, Matt.
That's 3 Elven Moon drops. I only wanted the cheese balls.
Correct, my mistake. Alright. Math help.
Yell from the
So
hear a yell from the
16.
room. I'll drink
She's-
his.
She just starts pulling out like a little like pad and paper, and she's just doing some quick math. No,
I'll just round that out to 2 gold.
doo-doo-doo. That is 12 silver. 16. Plus 3 plus 8 plus.
I'm so hoping my mic doesn't pick up my obnoxious chewing.
Nope, you were
Nope,
fine.
you're good.
Good.
20, 6, 8, 20. 43 silver. So that'll be 4 gold and 3 silver.
Sorry, how much was it?
4 gold and 3 silver.
Alright.
And she takes the money from you and doesn't really give it too much of a detailed glance over. She trusts you by now when it comes to funds. And you see her kind of head off towards the oven and start like prepping some bird that she has frozen, getting some sirloins on the pan. Just, you know, you just see her like getting in her element, cooking away. She looks quite you know, in her element when she's doing this. You know, she's humming a little tune under her breath. It's like, you know, pretty much multitasking like all these meals with someone who's very experienced as a bartender and knows exactly what she's doing, moving quite gracefully and like with a certain like quite a bit of grace for someone who is walking with 2 extra legs than most people in this kind of space. Very light on her hooves, if you will. You guys have a bit of time to talk and plan and rest as you guys are waiting for your meal.
Oh yeah, no, I already went to the room and just like face planted into the bed.
All right.
Yeah.
And
I'm
it's just
gonna
like
have
already-
Mittens just kind of on wild shape, just back to human, exhausted.
Okay. All right. You guys are just kind of relaxing, and just kind of having a moment. Your meal's kind of. You see that you smell the like food cooking. It smells delicious. It smells like, especially after the day you guys have had, perfection. And she slides over the meals, seeing that Panda has already headed off to bed. You see her clop up both stairs, slides, places it on the nightstand after a quick like knock on the door.
Just
For
get like a
Panda.
very muffled, just like.
You're welcome. And she leaves your food and drink next to the bed, heads back down. Everyone else's is placed on the counter with you.
I'm gonna say that while she's doing that, you know how like when cats know you're preparing their food and they just start like stalking you? That is what Maximus is on. He's like kind of pacing by the bar, like just like pretending to not be interested, but also very, very interested.
She is starting to give you your food first. She has a pet cat. She knows what to expect. So, the bar
She
is fed
knows the
first.
behavior. She knows the behavior.
The bar is fed first. Don't worry.
Can I?
But yeah.
Can I do that very cat-like thing to just carefully, slowly look like I'm about to knock something off the counter?
She is ready. Like
The
Like,
bastard
you
arc.
can see the side eye. You can see the
Like-
side eye of the cat mom. Like I'm
She
ready
knows.
for you.
She knows.
Back in human shape, just embracing the orange cat energy.
Are you gonna knock something over? You do
Yes.
see a empty tank card that's like looks like it was like halfway being cleaned right now.
42 is also watching Mittens here. Just like,
You, as you kind of like nudge, she almost seems like she's not paying attention, but you kind of see the corner of her eye watching you, and then the minute you knock the glass, you see with a very surprising amount of speed and dexterity, even for a centaur, just kind of, she is there, the mug in hand. Caught. Like, it's not quite the blink of an eye, but it's pretty fast. And she doesn't even say anything. She just kind of side eyes you and goes back to cleaning the mug. Picks up the rag off the counter. I do hope the food is to your liking.
It is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's delicious.
Sh- Shadowpaw is looking
Oh, you're loud.
in. Am I loud?
No, it was on my end. Don't worry.
Okay. Shadowpaw's just looking through her bag, and you see her start to take something out. One of her.
I put a hand
and
to
then
stop her.
She just.
Just like,
I'm
maybe
too
not this time.
I'm too tired.
Why I
Just
just
like-
planted into bed.
You just see the bartender's brow kind of furrow in concern.
And Shadowpaw eats the meal as is.
Alright. And you guys
Okay.
are just taking a short rest?
Yeah.
Okay. For those of you that have character sheets, I believe you can use. There should be like a short rest button.
Yes.
On your character sheet that you can use. Go
where?
ahead and. It would be on the main part of your character sheet.
Oh, I see it. Thank you.
You can go ahead and hit that, and it should automatically kind of. I don't know why I said healed 0 HP.
Because I
Do
had
we
no
click
HP
all
to
the-
heal.
Oh, true.
Do we click all the things or not all the things?
Describe all the things.
Reset temporary max HP changes during the rest. Apply healing from hit dice rolled after taking short rest. Recover dawn-based resources on rest.
Probably not the dawn-based resources. And you don't have any health to heal. I think your main thing that you get, you're probably fine on the short rest. 'Cause it looks like you didn't really use any spell slots last time.
Warlocks are the only ones who recover spell slots on short rest.
Right, so that would be mainly
Me.
Faye then. You guys are just kind of enjoying, and Shadowpaw would probably get some HP back.
Yeah, it's saying I don't have any hit
I-
dice.
Yeah, it's saying that I don't have any either.
Okay. Weird bug, but just, you guys are all full health, so you shouldn't need to, but I believe you roll your... You can spend however many hit dice you want to, up to your maximum.
Yeah, I need to set that up.
And you add your constitution modifier.
Okay, what's the paladin's hit die again?
Hit die 5e. I will double check here. It
think it's-
is
And
1d10.
D10. So I've
So
got.
you roll as many up to what's your level? 7. So you can roll up to 7 d10 if you want, but honestly, like 1 or 2 should be plenty to heal you up. Probably about 2. Okay. And that's 7 health. Do you want to roll another one? Or are you good?
I might roll another.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another.
There we go.
All right, so you're fully healed. Go ahead and heal your. So you're nice and healed up. You're back to full health. Everybody's injuries are cleared up. Warlock gets some spell slots back.
I cry in having no first level slots left.
Yeah, yeah.
This is fine.
If you have anything that involves short rests in your abilities, just yeah.
I side eye and not actually needing my spell slots because of how my character is set up.
Crying.
Giggle, giggle.
Okay. I think that's it. All right. You guys are well rested, and she kind of looks at you and she says, "So, how is our adventure to the mines going?" As she's clearing up your plates.
We had a run-in with a pack of wolves. So we decided it'd be best to come back and rest up, and then try again.
I suppose there are probably some wolves out in the wilderness outside of the town, but
Not just some.
I
Many.
was gonna
Many
say like there's
Really
a
just the
muffle
wilderness.
more than some.
Well,
There's-
one of them
there's a-
disappear.
There is a non-zero number of wolves.
well, it is the
Non-zero.
woods. I mean, I don't know what you expect in the woods. I thought you were travelers.
Okay, but you don't expect. Madam, when you think of a wolf, how big is a wolf to you?
And she's like kind of holds her hand out, like, you know, average wolf height, you know, around a little bit smaller than her.
Okay.
These wolves
These
were.
wolves are like double that.
Hear a muffled from the bedroom, and they talk.
And they talk! They did that too!
Yes.
They didn't talk. You guys used speak with animals.
Yeah.
There was just
But she does kind of just cross her arms for a second.
These were dire wolves.
Dire wolves, you say?
Mhm.
Yes.
This area, I've never. You see her kind of like mull over for a second, and she looks like she's really thinking hard, and it like. Dire wolves. In this pot.
Yes.
And as
they.
she's like
Not
thinking,
true.
and you see her face kind of scrunch up in like. It almost looks not quite painful, but like she's thinking so hard that she's like. Really, like she's not even hearing you guys anymore. And go ahead and give me a perception roll, Melodia.
Okay.
including me.
Not you.
Okay.
You're in your room.
Just for that first nat 20 of the day.
All right.
Same.
Hey yo!
Um,
I rolled a 16.
Bradley. Yeah. Okay. All of you except for Maximus notice that the cat that was currently in the middle of eating has paused, and you see like its ears are back, its like fur is bristling.
Well,
But it's
that's
silent.
certainly something.
And you see as her face kind of scrunches up, and then like she shakes her head, and then the cat seems to relax. I've never heard of wolves up in this area, especially wolves that large, but I suppose anything's possible out in the wilderness, especially in a place like this. Druid lands and all that, right?
Funnily enough, we only encountered them when we ended up taking a detour into the Crusoil Manor.
The Crusoil what now?
Homestead. The Crusoil Homestead.
A homestead?
Yes.
Oh, I suppose there was a homestead, wasn't there? That was the old, it's the original founders, if I believe so, although I don't think anyone's been up there for decades.
Didn't one of those dire wolves also disappear after the fight?
One did. At least you're pretty sure. You're not entirely sure.
I think so.
Could
I
have
also
disappeared, could have
recall
just counted
one
how
of
many
the-
wolves there were.
I also recall a bit of information that one of them implied they were the companion of the master of the Crusoil Manor. Or Homestead,
She-
not Manor. I keep saying Manor.
She's
Why do I...
kind of like scruffle. Like now she looks like she's thinking again, and you see it as her arms are crossed. You see her kind of start to dig her fingers into her arm, and you see
Easy there.
right, like she seems to be digging her fingers in hard enough that you see blood start to creep out.
Ma'am.
I don't.
Ma'am, you're drawing blood on yourself.
I'm sorry. And she kind of like brushes off her arm, shakes her head for a moment. Oh, sorry. And you see her like wipe her eyes for a second there. Sorry, I haven't gotten a lot of sleep lately.
Maybe
Well,
you should rest for the rest of today.
perhaps later. Much to be done. And you see she's been trying to like tidy up the place a bit, and it's looking better. There's less bottles on the ground, and less like mess around. She's been pretty busy while you guys have been gone. There's been a tarp hung up over a corner of one of the walls above you guys, roughly in like this area. Oh, there we go. This area. Just the wall seems to have a new like tarp over it. Seems like there was probably a hole there that was covered up now. Just a small hole, but there. Sorry, not up there. I don't know why I put it up there. Right down here by the entrance.
Mm.
Here, the more questions we have.
Yes, that is true, Mittens.
Place like this. If you have questions like this, I suppose seek the church, seek a library, seek the druids.
Druids?
The druids, yes. This place was built as a collaboration between the mining settlers and the druids, after all. If anyone would know anything about anything around here, would be the druids or the church. Well, one of the
Hey.
churches.
Hey, Mittens, the druids sound like your kind of people.
Oh, yeah. We could always go over there and check things out. I might be a bit more welcome being a druid.
Well, it's not. I haven't really been out that way myself, but it's off just to the east,
Where do we-
honestly. Sorry?
Okay.
Where do they make camp? Does they have like a specific spot base?
Oh,
Or is it
yes.
a
In
landmark?
the Tree Fleece corner, it's off to the east of the town. The druids have owned that section of the land for as long as this town has been built.
Believe
won't
I
miss it.
spotted. Believe I spotted it earlier while we were out exploring.
Well, it should be. It's just north of the library, honestly. If you go just past the library and start heading northeast, you'll follow the road. Or what road there is. Tends to get a little wild out that way.
Understandable. Druids tend to like nature over
Well, certainly.
civilization.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Other than making sure you get plenty of rest, no.
You are a sweetheart, but I will rest when I can. Thank you. So you're kind of just turn away and go back to tidying up the dishes now and fixing up things after your rest is complete and you are free with the rest of the afternoon and evening to your liking.
I'm going to go check on Miss Spock.
Yeah, I'm still face planted in the thing. Like I ate my food. I just like the tankard of ale is like empty, like on the bed next to me. Like I'm probably like drunk as can be. Just like kind of just like nope, I'm done for today. Nope, nope, nope.
It was a pretty
Plans
strong
on
drink.
drinking.
Oh yes, that reminds me. Everyone that drank the elven drink, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Y'all drunk now.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Oh, oh no.
How do I do this again?
It should be in your character sheet. There should be like a saving throw section for Constitution.
So
Believe
pick the
it
red
would
one?
be if you click on.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh, no!
Oh yeah, y'all shit faced.
Okay. So you
Y'all, I
three
rolled
are
a 2.
Not shit faced. Like you're still fairly calm. It's not terribly like that strong, but you're definitely feeling pretty tipsy. Like
Would definitely
You-
make some questionable
you,
decisions.
you three now have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks for the rest of your night.
I'm gonna be sleeping, so okay.
You're only taking a short rest, aren't you?
With how fucking shit faced I am, I'm pretty sure I'm sleeping.
You're not shit faced.
Get
You're not
off.
like it's not. You wouldn't say it's like strong enough to get you shit faced. It's
Okay.
definitely enough to get you pretty dang tipsy. Like you're
Okay.
definitely feeling it. And you're probably
You're
gonna have a small
definitely gonna
hangover.
You're definitely gonna make some questionable decisions.
Just a few. This town doesn't really seem like it has anything strong enough to be comparable to like a city. Like it's definitely got a limit on how strong it is, but this is pretty good stuff for a town. It's like, you know, Not moonshine
Punch a
strong, but
druidic
like
god.
go ahead and the three of you give me a D5 roll each. Okay.
Okay. So I am so sorry, but someone in my chat actually posed a very good question for all of you nerds.
I just read it.
Hello, I got a question for you. I had a campaign where I might have stored several barrels of whiskey in a celestial realm. Since time works differently there, do you think that might change the flavor of the whiskey and maybe turn it into someone like holy water? Like
That is a question for the DM for
That-
sure.
that is like that is a
So-
question, and if you find out, Gold Osbird, I need answers.
So, just as my little 2 cents on it, I would assume it would absorb some of the like latent energy in the celestial realm as it ages.
I think it would also
Left side of the screen, there should be a dice.
I think it would also be affected if you, depending on what it's being aged in.
Yeah. Because like any object that is not originally from that realm, just with any realm in general, because like in the Feywild, any object not originally from there starts absorbing latent Feywild magic.
Okay. So Rabbit and Faith, you still have the disadvantage on ability rolls and ability checks and attack rolls. You think you have an advantage. You have an advantage. Panda, you're a little bit less strong. You're just buzzed. You don't have the disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks. You just have it on like dexterity-based checks and saving throws. So just dexterity. But you now have advantage on strength-based checks and saving throws.
Oh no!
Oh no!
So you are now have you're basically Panda is tipsy. The rest of you are the other two are pretty drunk. You're definitely feeling it.
I go and sit on the end of
We mean
Okay,
the alcohol.
so
I go sit on the end of Spark's bed.
Maxwell, give me a Constitution saving throw.
I am so sorry. I'm so
Yes.
sorry. What do I have disadvantage and advantage to again?
Disadvantage on dexterity-based attacks and saving throws. Advantage on strength ones. So dexterity, you have 2 rolls, take the worst. Strength, you have 2 rolls, take the best.
And I'm just vibing, watching my friends get drunk.
The other two think they have advantage, so confidence.
They have drunken
Just sipping my wine and
confidence.
watching just sipping my wine and judging people.
Drunkenly
Give me a
start
saving
playing
throw.
the piano.
Brad?
Okay, I didn't get the elven thing.
I
got
know.
a different
I know. You got a different one.
Con throw.
Yep. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
Wow!
Panda.
Going to con saves. That's 13.
Okay. You're a little buzzed, but not really feeling anything. You're fine.
I'm vibing.
Yeah. You're definitely like, feel a little bit of like a like small buzz going on the back of your head, But you're pretty calm. You're nice and relaxed,
We're having a great time.
Yeah.
I kind of
Alright.
like roll over, look at 42.
You feeling all right there?
84.
What?
Are you 84 now?
No.
Okay. And I just roll back over.
Yeah. And you're definitely feeling a little bit, and the other two are fucking definitely feeling it a bit. Like you guys can still, sorry, go ahead.
I
I roll back
drunkenly-
over to 42 and just like, could I have some water? Or
Sure.
another one? Whichever
No.
one.
Water. I'm getting you water.
Okay.
Could I just go over
I-
and like start drunkenly playing the piano?
Oh no! Oh no!
I go get water.
Sure. The piano has definitely. Oh, sorry. Fucking trying to. The piano's definitely seen better days, but you sit down on the pile of broken chair that was there, and you start mashing out on what few keys are still attached to this thing. As you come up with the. Even if you were good at playing, actually, you know what? Here, give me a
Drunken performance check.
Give me a performance check. With
Oh
disadvantage.
no!
With disadvantage.
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
No.
No!
On
As
second
you're
thought, could I get
jamming out on
another
Can we get a
from my friend?
here?
You know what? You bet your ass that homie's gonna be inspired. While you're busy, like, doing this performance check, I'm just gonna yell, "Play it!"
Give me. Alright.
Oh, the Lord's above.
Alright. Would you like to take that bardic inspiration and use it for your I
You
believe
know-
that is a what is a bardic inspiration? It's an extra
I think.
D6
I think
believe so.
I think so, yeah.
D6 or D8?
What level are you guys? You got no wait, what level are you?
7.
What level? Okay, so what level are you in Bard? Rad.
Level 7.
Yep, so it would be a D8. So go ahead and roll a D8. It's you wouldn't really call it music. There's maybe a beat there. The notes that are coming out are you're not really sure some of those are notes, to be honest. You watch as the bartender slowly pulls out some cotton balls and begins to stuff them in her ears before offering some to the less drunk of the cats at the bar and non-cats.
I put my head in my hands and cast command on Rabbit and say, "Flee."
Please.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw, Rabbit.
Oh no!
DC 14.
Okay,
Oh.
despite the command that has been presented. Wait, no.
You're too drunk to care.
Give me that's with disadvantage because of your state right now.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh,
Ability
fuck.
fix it. Okay, nope. Even through, or perhaps because of your drunken state, as you feel the magic start to creep in, your body tenses for a moment, and then you just jam out even harder.
Get some of that elven drop, please.
She nods, slides you a drink. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw, Faye. Go hold it and roll. Go ahead and roll me a D5.
R1.
You knock back this drink and you stand there for a moment, and you're like, "That was nothing." You just kind of get this feeling, "That was nothing." Dropped. You're now unconscious.
Sweet. I don't have to listen to it.
Water.
You all watch as Faye knocks back this drink and then just drops to the ground.
Wham! You hear a small thud because there's barely any meat on these bones.
No.
Thunk. You just the bartender look over the table, shrug, go back to cleaning. You are now
Long Tuesday night.
incapacitated. Prone.
Cool. Was hoping for an outcome like that, or just being too drunk to understand what the fuck he's playing.
Mission
yep.
failed successfully.
Yeah.
You are now unconscious for the next 3 hours.
Does that count as a short rest?
I mean, they don't really need it, but sure, we'll count it.
I mean, I just used a 6th level spell slot.
You just you get about 3 hours of short rest there.
Yay!
You're pretty unconscious. You got kind of a forced short rest there.
I never got my water.
I didn't hit the right button.
Nope, you never got your water.
Perhaps we could use the frying pan as a drying pan. Instead of to wax someone to knock them out.
Our poor satyr bartender is having to
Centaur.
It's
deal with
safe
a
to
bunch
say
of
that
drunken fucking cats.
you're pretty much out for the next 3 hours. What are the rest of you guys doing for the next 3 hours?
Important question. Could it be my turn on the piano?
That's up to you and Rabbit.
Unconsciously grabs another shot.
You cannot grab another shot. You are unconscious.
You know what, Red? Fight me out. Fight me. I ain't letting go of the piano.
Maximus. No,
It's-
go.
It's a kindness to say that this is still a piano.
Maximus looks at it like, you know how when people are trying to sell a car and you know that it's an absolute shit car and they're charging way too much for it, and it's just the biggest shit box ever known to man? That's how he's looking at this piano. He is looking at this piano like it is a Toyota Corolla from the late 80s.
Oh my god. No! This bad boy can hold so much fucking shit in it.
Slaps the roof of piano. This bad boy can't hold anything. It's in half.
Slaps the roof of the piano, just it collapses.
It's already collapsed. It's been collapsed, but yeah. No, it definitely sinks an extra inch when you slap it.
He's gonna
Three whole
come
cats
over.
in there.
Okay, I've admittedly forgotten what Max's voice is supposed to sound like. I forgot what accent I gave him. So
Fair.
You made him
we're just
pretentious.
gonna-
That's all I remember.
Very
I
pretentious.
know that I made him pretentious. Okay, what I'm trying to go for, obscure character. Have any of you ever played Shovel Knight?
Yes. Sort of.
Okay, King Knight from Shovel Knight is the energy I'm trying to go for here.
Okay, so one of my followers just, good sir, you don't have a Kia. You've got a Ford Pinto.
Oh my god.
My poor pizza! In the corner of this bar!
I now dub this piano the Pinto.
The Pinto.
The Pinto!
I was gonna call it a shitty purple Scion.
That, you know what? That works too.
That works too, yep.
There's all manners and methods of shit-ass cars, but it all correlates to this piano in the corner of this bar. But call me Billy Joel the way I'm about to be the piano man. I am going to sashay my fluffy ass over there, and I'm going to attempt to deftly remove a very drunken druid at the piano, just kind of like scooch you away, like move, like, you know how it would shoo a cat when they're like doing something they're not supposed to, like they're in your way.
Can I just very angrily try and smack him with the frying pan that I have?
Holy frying pan.
I believe that is a strength at with disadvantage.
Yeah.
It's a improvised weapon.
Oh, remember, I have the frying pan as an item, remember?
Can I like roll to dodge or something?
Oh, right, you have a... Oh yeah, I believe it still is an improvised weapon, isn't it? Oh yeah, you have it as a weapon though. Yeah, you have it
Yeah,
set
I
up
have
as
it
a weapon. Alright, there you go.
There's at the disadvantage.
Alright. That would be a 5 to hit. Does that hit?
No, it does not. That does not hit at all.
You kind of just you wind it up, you get nice ready, and you swing, and you fucking like sail like way off, and you do like a full like one of those pirouette spins.
And while you're off balance, I am going to take the time to flick you to knock you onto the ground because you're already off balance from missing that swing.
Go ahead and make a Go ahead and make a fucking dexterity attack with advantage, Red.
Let's go!
Or
Alright,
take a dexterity roll.
So
Question.
my dex, I am not proficient. Do I count as proficient?
No, it would just be a
Okay.
regular.
Okay. All right. So I rolled really shit too. So the highest total of that is a 9.
I don't think a 9 hits.
I don't think it
No,
does
no,
either.
it doesn't.
You go to flick, and they're just like leaning back for a second. You just kind of flick the air.
Can we please get like a play-by-play of what the satyr of this? Like,
Satyr's
I
done.
love
The
this.
satyr is, or it's not the satyr. The centaur. She's just.
Centaur.
She's pretty much washed her hands of whatever the hell is going on down the south.
She's like, you know what? The boys are gonna be boys.
Exact. This place
Has-
is like. She's got enough on her hands. She is not bothered with this.
Has
There's a
anyone
split in the middle piano.
moved my body at all?
You are on the ground.
Okay.
This
So
would be
important
hilarious to
question.
get an animatic of.
It would be.
Oh,
can
God.
someone, can like an artist, please like
That would be-
make this animation, please?
Oh,
Or like, not even the
Oh,
animation,
no.
just a comic.
Maybe.
Like, yes, just make like a comic. It's just like,
Are you away from the piano? Is your character
Yes.
away from the piano? Excellent. It's piano time. I'm gonna crack my cat paws. I'm gonna do some stretches. I'm gonna sit down at this shit ass piano.
It's as you're sitting down. You're sitting on a pile of wood, basically. There's no chair.
Okay.
It is just a pile of broken
Listen.
bits.
I'm
you are
manifesting, Zen. I'm manifesting.
You are sitting in front of a piano that has been completely split down the middle by a very large amount of blunt force.
Listen, I don't have the patience for my violin right now. We're just gonna try and make this work.
All right, let's get that performance roll as you like swish out your coat and get all comfy and like crack your knuckles, and you know like
The pile of
see that
wood
performance
compresses a little.
I have a +9 to performance to stand by. That's a 17, baby.
you definitely do better. You're managing to catch what keys are still existing. Like you've kind of stood there for a second, you've analyzed it, you've made out what keys look like they probably still function. You make do with pretty like there's a tune there. There's
It's
something feasible as a tune from a thing that doesn't look like it should be operating.
okay.
Does it still
To supplement
murder
this,
people's
I am singing
ears?
along with it. I am singing along with it to cover for the imperfections in the keys.
Oh,
Yeah, the singing's definitely helping more than the piano. The piano is there's notes there. It's basically like playing hot crust buns for all of the complexity of the song. For what you have to work with. But the singing
I'm
singing
just
is definitely up
imagining-
there.
I'm imagining drunken cat yowls right now.
It's actually pretty good. It's actually like you know, that's actually a song. That's actually pretty dang good. Like, you know, you'd see a few coins tossed for that. Piano is mostly being covered up by the voice, but you get like a couple notes going over. You do see the bartender unplug her ears. She's tapping a hoof. She's actually tapping a hoof, you know. You see kind of her demeanor does seem to actually uplift a bit, where before she'd been almost a little somber and like, you know, kind of tense overall, like just a subtle tension. You do see her start to relax, and you know, you see her foot, you see one of her hooves tapping, you see the tail swishing, you see like there's just a sense of like it almost makes the room feel brighter and cheerier, and this like what was this rather run-down, dismembered tavern in like a pretty shitty place that's really dark and dreary and just cold, and it kind of gets a little bit of that heart back, that warmth. You can almost look around, those of you that are still conscious, and you can almost look around and it's like see this place as it was, as it should have been, filled with people and bustling and what it was once. You kind of see the place and that had managed to grow and have this town busying around it. Even like you up in the bedroom, you can clearly hear the music kind of drifting up, and it's rather soothing. And it kind of, you do feel some of the tension and the strain and that constant feeling of unease that has been fogging, like drifting after you since you'd arrived here, to start to soothe. Not bad for a pretty busted ass piano.
Nice. I stay winning.
You hear a muffled from the bedroom. Get it, Fluff Butt!
Maxwell
I
hears
wanna
none
co-
of this. They are on the other side of the building.
Few
Few of them might hear it.
I don't give a shit, I still yelled it.
At this point, the entire reason that Maximus is doing this isn't. See, it's very nice and feel good that it's like, yes, this is how it was back in the day when things were good. But really, he's not doing this for good reasons. He's here to flex. He's here to be a little shit and prove that he's quote unquote better than everybody by making this fucked up little box of jingle jangles make noises.
It's definitely made some noises.
I feel like
And
the biggest
he's
spit on your
busy
face
pretending
right
he's
now.
special.
I feel like the biggest spit on Maxwell's face or Maximus's face right now is the fact that the one person who repeatedly defies how good he actually is knocked the fuck out.
You know what? That's fair. That is like a slight daber, but he doesn't care right now. He's got his wine. He's got a piano. He's living his
Faye's
best
about
life.
to get up and I'm gonna put that exit out.
I'm gonna like walk downstairs with like my plate and my table and stuff like that, and just hand it over to the centaur and just like, thank you. kind of look at 42. How long have they been down there?
Oh, I'd say maybe 40 minutes, give or take.
Gonna kind of like poke.
Unconscious, no
Blackout,
response.
Like,
Cold.
I look at Faith and just kind of like, ma'am, can you help drag onto the knock floor?
Okay.
as you get up,
I'm-
you find out you're a little stumbly, Faith.
You'll also find that I'm not that heavy.
But we're both very drunk.
Oh,
Well,
God.
I'm tipsy. One is drunk, one is tipsy. Like, there is definitely alcohol, so light or not, there's gonna be some complications. Yeah, might have a couple bumps and bruises, but,
It
Eh.
will be okay.
I died once, I can die again.
like, we're just gonna, like,
Up to the room, though.
I'm gonna, as we're, like, dragging them into the fucking room, I'm just gonna kind of call out to Barkeep, just like, can we get some waters? Can mine be
Certainly.
extra large?
I'll bring those up right as soon as we're up there. You can see that she's finished washing the dishes. She gets a couple drinks. She does follow you guys up after a moment and even brings up a bucket just in case.
Oh, she's so nice.
A couple of like cold and warm towels, just in case as well.
She
And
gets a good tip.
yeah, she definitely knows how to deal with drunk. She's been running this bar for quite a time. She knows how to deal with the drunk and the hangover.
Mom,
But she
I
gets you guys all
threw up.
situated.
Do I get to do my little reborn remember shit spiel?
You are blackout. you don't remember shit. You're gonna be lucky if you remember how you got to this bar. You are
Perfect.
down. This is the 1st time you'll ever have slept that you actually blackout slept. That you didn't have to deal with like a memory or something.
Some random PTSD moment.
This is the first time you've slept that you have been blackout. You've like just closed your eyes and opened them and like time had passed, you know? But you guys do get 42 settled. You guys
So, wherever 42 is settled, because I have this thing of, like, climbing on people, and I sits, I'm legit just gonna, like,
Curl up.
in, like, you know how cats just, like, curl up on, like, your chest or your back or your lap or something? Like, any
Yeah.
large, like, any space there, just, like, I'm just gonna, like, curl up and, like, okay, I'm asleep now.
I'm not too warm because
If I sits, goddammit, I don't care.
you managed to find a pretty comfy spot and this rather cold being. As you guys rest for a while, time passes. You see probably around sunset before Faye finally stirs and immediately just out comes everything.
sits
Right to the
right
bucket.
up.
Yep. It is just the moment you have any sense of alertness, out comes the waterworks. And then some. Yep. It is to the bucket. But
Haven't
you
had
guys
that
are-
happen before.
It's
And
the first
then
time you've ever had blackout too. Like it's wow.
me
You know,
just
you're
kind of
right.
just, like, gets yeeted off of you, probably, just like...
Just gets thrown against the wall accidentally.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I have a cat. I think I can like make her or something. Hold on.
Oh god.
Gojo!
Gojo!
Gojo immediately meows.
No, Peach is gonna be the funniest.
As 42 is vomiting, I just kind of like get like one of the cold towels and just like, gonna need this, buddy, and just kind of like curl up on the bed again.
Is Mittens done playing?
I've
It's
been
been a
done
few
with it.
hours by this point, so. I don't know, are you playing for 3 hours, Mittens?
No.
Are you playing for 3 hours,
Max.
Maxwell?
I am not. I'll probably stop after a bit. Maybe probably just lounging around.
Okay.
If
There
there's
are
a fireplace in here, I'm lounging by it.
There's not a fireplace, but there is some rather like there is the cooking stove behind the bar, but there is some couches up to the just above, and a couple of them do seem like they're still functional, and one of them is like close enough. You could probably get pretty comfy and feel the warmth from below.
Excellent. It is basking time.
You even find like there's a small bookshelf with a couple books that are still sort of intact. It's all right. You get a good lounge in.
Exactly. The most important part of being alive and not on the road is lounging.
Mm-hmm.
It is also
gotta
now
get my-
dawning on my character that he did not remember something of his past life after he passed out, and he's like, huh. Interesting.
Making a note of that.
This is most concerning.
About how long is 42 like vomiting?
Well, pretty good, like 30 minutes or so. Like they were down,
Okay.
so they're at it for a bit. But after a bit, their stomach does seem to settle, and it seems like they got the worst of it. Like it passes pretty decently fast.
Like, the
Fine.
bucket's definitely being interchanged.
Yeah. But by the end of it, you do.
Oh,
actually
never mind.
feel
I thought
like
I had. Never mind.
pretty
I thought I
okay.
had medicine. Never mind. Ignore me.
all good. But yeah, no. By the end of it, you do feel like you've got the worst of it out. You feel pretty clear-headed, pretty damn strong headache, but
I'm
you're
gonna.
Eh.
steady enough.
I'm gonna like wander down and see if the kitchen is still open.
She's still she looks like she's been like reading a book herself, but she does get up, tuck it away when you come down. I think I can help you with you.
Can we get some bread or something?
Certainly.
And a larger bucket.
I'm afraid we only have the one bucket, but
Got it. Okay.
there should be a washroom just around the corner.
Thank you.
And
yeah, bread.
she does get you some bread. She just kind of passes it over. Says, "It's on the house. It's all right."
Thank you. I kind of like.
It's a little on the stale side, but it's still like pretty okay. It's okay bread. Pretty
I'm
plain.
gonna go like cut it up into like break it apart into like smaller pieces because you know when you're like drunk and it's like it's hard to like actually eat properly.
Mhm.
42
Like-
eats about half of it, and he's just like, eh.
Eh.
You're gonna need this, bud. Just or not. Just face now.
42 is very adamant about only eating half. Because he doesn't need to eat more. It'll pass faster than it would for other people.
And surely enough, like, not only that, this drink does seem to be the kind that, like, for those of a weaker constitution,
Hi.
kind of just hits hard and fast, but then, like, passes just as fast, kind of better. So, now that you've kind of, like, upchucked the worst of it, you actually feel alright, other than, like, the headache that's kind of kicking around in the back of your skull. Like, you feel alright. You feel pretty steady, you know? Doesn't feel as bad as you expected.
I'm gonna like curl up against 42 because you know like I'm gonna do the comfort but also like the lazy type of comfort because I'm getting tired, yo.
Yeah.
42
Like-
strokes her head.
Most of you do feel like you're getting a bit more clear-headed by this point, too, so...
Like
it
I'm
is-
just like
There's still a bit of time if you guys want to get into anywhere. Like, it's not, like, dark yet, but it's definitely, like, early sunset.
Let's
you
check
probably-
around that church.
wasn't 42's clothes like destroyed?
You were pretty bloodied, at one point,
Okay.
but,
Oh yeah, I got like caked in blood.
yeah.
That's
Baked
what
in
I was
blood,
thinking of.
he definitely scratched up a bit,
I'm gonna like
On-
while we're just kind of hanging out and post hangover phase like you want to check out the clothing store down wherever the fuck it is to see if there's at least some better wash than prestidigitation.
Funny enough, I think it was you and Faith, I believe, that had gone to where it had been labeled on the map as Rosie's Garments.
Mm-hmm.
That had been before, and that was a very interesting experience where you guys had gone down, found it empty, but not in a disarray, only to then blink and kind of find it in disarray.
Yeah,
It
that's
seems
that's
like
also
the
kind of
clothing
why
store
I'm
is abandoned.
That's also
Mayhaps.
kind of why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like, you want to scrounge around and see if there's like soap or something else that you want to wear that isn't just prestidigitation.
A new tunic would be welcome.
Mm-hmm.
There is also still the general store that's you did pass on the way down.
But looting is free.
Looting is free.
Stealing is free.
So,
I'm just gonna put a hand on Mittens' shoulder. Mittens and I'll check out the general store.
Yeah.
Alright. And Maxwell, what are you doing? Rad.
Alright, I'm trying to remember what we did last time because I am unfortunately cursed with this thing called fish brain.
Fish brain.
Is there anything I can
Fish brain.
help you remember?
Okay.
Because
so what I
last time
remember
you
from
had
last
done a little
time-
bit of town exploring.
Right.
You got a map
I
of the town.
remember there were some things going on with the room next to ours. The
You
thing with
had
the
explored the
phone.
room before next to yours, and you had found that it was dismantled. There was a hole in the wall. There was a journal, and a lot of bloodied writing on the walls. Things like "look up" and
I
you
think
know.
you also had the map.
You guys got the map
Yeah.
from the library, yeah.
No, like I think Maxwell has the actual physical map on them.
True. If you'd like, I can take you to the town. You can look at the map if you want.
I'm gonna look at the map and see if there's any like locations on the map because I feel like the town itself keeps like changing, but the map is the stable thing.
Yep, you have the map. I've moved you over to the town thing. You can get a good look at it. You can
Alright.
see the church. One of the it looks like there's 2 churches or so. There's the Church of Ula and Damathoin in the northwest, and the Druidic Temple of Chontea. It looks like there is the hospital, the school, the library, and stuff like that off into the like main southeastern around Tree Fleece Corner, which you remember the bartender mentioning. You've already been up to the Northern Guardhouse and Battle Yard, which you found is that area, that northeastern area, was probably the most destroyed you've seen in this town, and just the general northern sections. You
know what?
do see the general store. Sorry, go ahead.
I have an idea. I'm gonna check out the Druid Temple to see if there's anything going on in there because the Druids were somebody that we need to look into. So where best to check first than their temple in this town? That also just so happens to be right near where the worst of the destruction question mark was happening.
Destruction question mark?
So far, the main bits of activity you've seen, other than like the general store, there was a store to the north as well that you didn't really get a good look at because you guys have just kind of hurried past. Right about here.
Could I actually come along for check out the Druid Temple because I want to check that out as well.
Yep, you guys can make multiple stops. You have a few hours before it gets dark, but you can keep going into the night if you need to.
Quick note. This is officially the first time the party has seen me asleep.
Yes.
Yep, you've got 2 different temple churches to see. You've got the Druid's Corner. There's a store to the north, the general store, the abandoned garment shop, the center of town as well. You've been to the homestead. Northeast of town, you've seen like just destruction.
Interesting.
And the stables you've seen as well. And then you do also see that the manor to the north, like the actual manor is marked as well.
Alright. Well, it's Druid Temple time first. Because I
Yeah.
want to see if it got just as torn up as everything else up there.
I'm gonna head over with Mittens and Max.
Okay. So go ahead and drag yourselves to where you guys want to go on the map each. Whether we want to all go together or like split the party.
I'm looking for a tunic.
Right?
Oh, I guess I'm right there with you.
Alright, going for a little side venture. Okay. Alright, so we'll tackle the side venture first with the tunic. You two end up heading, you guys split off as you pass, head out from the tavern, bidding the centaur a quick farewell. Those of you that are going to the Rosian Garments, take a quick trip south. It's not very far, it's just like a little side winding street. A lot of mostly abandoned buildings. There's a few houses that look like they're in better states than others. It's not as bad as the north side of town, for sure. In fact, this is probably the most put together portion of town that you've seen. The Rosian Garments is definitely one of the buildings that's been a little bit worse off. It's not nearly as dismantled, but it's definitely abandoned. You're not sure how abandoned. It doesn't look like it's been too long. There's a bit of dust and stuff like that. A few of the mannequins have been knocked over. There's a little bit of dust and stuff like that, but everything seems pretty in order. Go ahead and give me a perception roll each. Gotcha. Okay. And the panda?
I thought I did it.
Yeah.
don't know.
Oh, I'm blind. Yeah. No, I'm blind. You got it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Going
8 and
through-
9.
A lot of the clothing seems a bit moth-eaten or like it was gotten to by rats. You don't really find anything that looks really like it holds itself together. It doesn't really look like there's much here that survived.
While
They-
we're in there, I'm just gonna kind of tell Faye like what Ma and I experienced. Like, yeah, last time we were here, it was just a really weird situation. So I don't know, just like it was there, it was like, and then it wasn't, and it's just weird.
That sounds unsettling.
Very much so, but probably not as much as getting caked in fucking blood.
I've
Just so you
been
know,
through
I'm still
worse.
Totally just like trying to like hang off of you because fuck walking.
I've been through worse. But
and this is like
let's see what there is.
Is there
Hopefully
like a
they-
back of the store?
not really. Most of everything seems pretty front-facing. It's not a like. There's like a small side room that looks like it might have some supplies and stuff, but overall, like, this
I'ma
place
go
doesn't
there.
really seem to have survived. You get into the back room, you do see like some sewing supplies that have seen better days. You're not really sure how much of this is salvageable. It looks like there was probably a bit of water damage as well. The roof is a little bit caved in. You do
I'm gonna try and salvage what I can of the sewing supplies.
okay. Go ahead and give me another perception check. You managed to find a still couple of intact needles, and after a bit of digging, you do manage to find a spool of black thread that looks like it might still probably hold strong. The fabrics aren't really salvageable. You do, in the process, manage to find what looks to be a partially destroyed ledger that it looks like it's had a lot of water damage.
I'm gonna take that.
Okay, you take it and you just tuck it away.
Anything else I find?
No, that seems to be the most of what's here. A lot of it looks like it's seen a lot of water damage, a lot of animal damage, you know, rodents and things like that. This place has been abandoned. Like, thoroughly abandoned.
So this is gonna be a really like weird-ish question. Is the water damage like mostly like? Can I tell where damage, water, come from?
It looks like it mostly came from, like, the broken roof.
Okay.
Like, probably rain coming in and things like that.
Okay.
Like, in fact, as you're coming in, like, you step in and you, like, there's a little bit of stagnant water here and there,
Okay.
but
Haul over to 42. Did you find anything?
Perhaps. I look for any sort of black clothing that might be able to either replace my current clothes or be used to repair my clothes.
there really isn't much that survived here. Like, everything, unless you, like, like, you could probably Frankenstein some scraps together, but you're not sure if you'd be able to take the smell of, like, the fabric and just the overall disarray of this
Mold.
place. Yeah, mold, fabric, like, or mold and, like, damage. It's just, some of them, even if, like, you pick them up, you see, like, rat feces, and so it's
Yep.
not pleasant.
Hmm.
This place
Just
has been
kind of
abandoned.
probably go over to 42 and be like, nah, I think there's a lost cause.
Yeah, we might have better look at the general store.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. Are you guys heading up to the general store?
Yep.
All right. As you head up north and to the, you head up north. You pass through the square. As you're heading up north, you do see, like, as you're going up, you see there's smoke going from the funny little store over there, the little double store. You head up towards the general store up here specifically, and you see, like, the windows have, like, little displays. It's rather warmly lit and well taken care of, considering the rest of the places around. You do head on in. There's a little like tinkling bell as you step in. The walls are not well stocked. It looks like they haven't had a proper shipment in a while, but there is a few trinkets and doodads and things like that on the shelves. As you step in, there doesn't seem to be anyone behind the front desk at the moment. But as the bell rings, you start to hear like shuffling, just to like a little slight cough as someone is presumably in the back coming around. But you do have a little bit of time to look around.
I again look for any sort of black cloth or clothing.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I think you're still drunk.
Perhaps slightly.
You start thumbing through things, and you're looking through the shelf. You're probably in the wrong section. You can't really tell. You don't really get a lot of time to look though. As you are looking around, you see someone step in from the. As you're kind of like starting to look around, you see someone step in from the back of the room behind the counter, and just the sight of them kind of throws you off for a minute and makes you forget, as basically essentially what looks to be a talking mushroom man steps out. Let me just tokens. I put him on the wrong layer. Oh my god.
Mushy man.
Mushy man.
Good
Cook them and eat them.
good evening, sir.
He seems to be like kind of wringing his hands, and you see this man is like this white and blue, like very much a mushroom man. Very large, mushroomy head, blue, very blue and light blues. General look, gross and stuff like that. Like
I blink repeatedly to try and like get rid of this drunken stupor that I think I have because I'm seeing a mushroom man.
and you see him kind of like wring his hands a little nervously, and he like lifts his head, and underneath he's got like these big black eyes. All right, Panda does have 2 dipperonis, but we will continue on with our interactions on our investigations for now. Before wrapping up.
We're going to yeet everyone into Faye because, well, Faye's still there.
Faye's still there.
And to the shopkeep, I go, either I'm still hungover, or you actually are a mushroom man.
He looks a little like startled for a second before catching himself and shaking his head a few times. Like he seems to like have this really quick shake of his head.
No. Well, I get that a lot. You see,
Who ordered all this fucking anime titty?
I understand the mistake. I'm a tiefling, you see, of the Zugtoimoy lineage. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Voltakai. Welcome to the Puffball, the Puffball Prolifics.
Ah, my mistake. I'm sorry. Do you have any black cloth I could repair my shirt with?
Oh, black cloth. Certainly, sir. Yes.
And he goes quickly over to one of the shelves, and he sees a little. He seems to be a little on the shorter side, much similar to the rest of your party. As he runs around, he comes back with this big armful of black fabric that like he has to kind of peek over.
Certainly, we got plenty of fabric. Yes. How much would you say needed?
Just a small square enough to cover this gash, and I show him the gash on.
Oh, I see. Well, have you seen a tailor? Have you tried a tailor?
We went down there and it was in absolute disarray and covered in water.
Down where exactly?
Rosie's garments.
I've never heard of the place. I'm sorry. Well, I suppose, well, I can sell you some, fabric. Maybe for silver would be plenty, or a couple, you said it was just enough to fix the shirt. 30 copper should do. If that's alright.
I just hand him 3 silver.
Oh, oh my, alright,
It's about the
Yes.
equivalent.
And he lays out the fabric, and you see him get some shears and start cutting it carefully along the line. He's a little bit shaky with his hands, so it's not like the cleanest cut, but you know, he folds it up neatly and sets aside the rest of the fabric.
would you like a bag? Is there anything else I can do for you?
Any string? Like thread?
Yes, yes. Yes, thread or string?
And you hear your lovely cat friend pipe up that she like, I got some string. I
Oh,
got
okay.
some thread. I found some thread.
Okay. Then that'll be all. Thank you for the help, and I'm again sorry for the misunderstanding.
Oh no, you're quite all right. Most people are not aware of my lineage. We're not exactly very common.
I'm not quite
You seem
common
like-
myself either.
You do see he's like not exactly looking at you. He constantly seems to be kind of looking past you or like looking over his shoulder. He looks in wringing his hands.
If there's anything else you need, we have plenty of variety of. Well, we're a little short on stock right now, but we have some variety of things from around the world. Just let me know. Or if you have anything to sell, we do buy. I mean, I buy. I do buy things.
I think that will be all. Thank you for your help.
All right. Happy to help. Thank you. All right. Good.
He's
I give him a small pat on the head.
He just looks like he kind of ducks his head and he looks a little uncomfortable. Thank you. Yeah, no, you purchase your things, and with some help from our prolific panda, you do manage to get your shirt, you know, pretty, like, you managed to patch up any tears. It's still pretty bloodied and probably needs a good clean, but it'll do. It'll do.
Doesn't smell as bad as the clothes in that shop.
It definitely does not smell nearly as bad. Probably needs a wash, but like, it's doable. Meanwhile, the rest of you who have gone over to Tree Fleece Corner, you make your way across the town, cutting your way through, and as you're kind of coming towards the eastern part of town, you pass by what looks to be the remains of an old inn. You see a sign that says the Sweet Fork Inn. But it looks pretty dismantled. And you notice that past the inn, as the road starts to get more crumbly and less paved, and seems to be easing its way into a more natural kind of pathing. The trees seem to get thicker, and it's almost like this part of town has been intentionally left to the wilds, or like thinned out less. The place has basically had the nature incorporated into the town. However, what bit of like buildings that were part of this sector have definitely been completely demolished. Like, you've seen a lot of damage so far. This is rubble. This corner is in a bad state. Some of the trees are
It's
completely
real bad.
knocked, or like some of the trees are actually like completely knocked over and like crushed under like a large weight. Some buildings have been just completely torn apart into pieces. It's
in a pretty like this place has been a miniature war zone of sorts. As you kind of cut your way through this area in particular, the one thing you notice so far, everyone give me a perception roll.
Please don't break
As
me.
7.
All right. This place is just pretty dismantled. You see that this area in particular, this large like tree / building that looks like it was combined into a sort of great hall type of area, or like a meeting hall, is a little bit more standing than the rest of the places. One thing you guys do kind of notice is there's no bodies. Except for one. As you're passing that great hall, you do see a very large corpse next to it. It doesn't look human. The thing looks like this large worm-like creature. The main reason you notice is not so much because of the size or appearance of it. You notice because your first thing that hits you is this smell. The smell of rot and decay. The smell of
Ugh.
putrid flesh from this corpse. As you kind of see it as you're passing, it looks like this giant yellowish worm with multiple tiny legs and really like large bug-like eyes and antenna. And the front of its face underneath seems to have like these long tendrils. From what you can make out, this corpse is been here like a while, and you can't really see any visible injuries at a glance. It's just this large, like massive thing that has just curled itself next to this building and doesn't seem to be breathing or moving in any way. Almost looks a little bit sunken in.
Can I, like, go over and see if, figure out if there was, or see if I could see like a cause of death?
Certainly. Give me a medicine check.
Okay.
Actually, no. Give me a nature check.
The one thing I don't have proficiency in as a druid.
Offended. You're not really sure. You have no idea what killed this thing or how it died. It's just, it could be sleeping for all you know. In fact, as you get up to it, you're not really sure if it's dead or not, and you're kind of freeze because, like, did it twitch? Did it move? Did it, oh.
Quick, somebody, Maximus, quick, poke it with a stick to make sure that it's actually, if it's not, you know, asleep.
Can I make a nature check?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll
That's a 4. I know fucking nothing.
I'll do one as well.
Alright, go for it.
The blind keep leading the blind.
None of you are really sure how this thing died. At least on Faith's end, they definitely can tell it's dead. For all you know, this thing could have, like, just keeled over for any reason. It's dead, though. It's definitely dead. This
Wow,
creature
that's
is...
a real dead worm.
Yeah.
That worm dead, dead as hell.
Yeah, it's pretty dead. It's this really dead giant thing. Let's go with Faith.
Hmm?
Give me a all of you give me a let's just go with a animal No, let's go with a religion check. Sorry, go with a religion check. Faith, you actually think you know what this is. It's kind of not like something specific to religion, but you've heard in a kind of offhand way about what these things are. More of a cautionary warning story about creatures that are drawn to graveyards and mass piles of body, wars areas, creatures that follow the scent of death to consume corpses that have been abandoned. Battlefields, cemeteries, large places of mass death that they're attracted to. This one is much thinner than what you've heard stories about. This carrion crawler. It, like, kind of making and drawing the dots, it almost looks like it starved. Like it was drawn here and it starved to death.
It's interesting. This thing, I've heard about things like this. It may be a carrion crawler. It's, Normally you see them around mass areas of death. Graveyards and battlefields and such. But this one's here. Yet it's starved. That is
The
concerning.
tragedy stopped and it just went hungry.
That, or it got led here by some tragedy, but they quickly disposed of all the bodies. But that wouldn't make sense either if it was led here by that. Wouldn't it have picked up that there's nothing to eat?
And if the bodies were disposed of, it would have gone to where they are now.
Yeah.
Something carries the sense of death.
I mean, with how much the town is just shifting around all the time, it could be that in different versions of the town, there's more tragedy than in other versions. So maybe this thing is just here because there was tragedy in one version of the town, but now there isn't.
That is possible. And this town is... I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's, as you said, it's always shifting.
So,
Perhaps we can get more answers in the temple.
right, but we need to be careful.
Yeah. Where there's
Because
one,
there's a very good chance of it coming back.
that, or there's a chance that there might be more.
Right, there could be other ones though, so we'll just have to be very careful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You guys are heading to the temple?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and everyone make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What is with your rolls tonight?
They're still drunk.
Booze.
You said dexterity saving?
Yes.
Oh, that's a nat 20 to save. Let's go.
You watch as Maximus, for some reason, does a little hop right before... Rabbit, you land flat on your face for no apparent reason.
Yay.
You're not really sure what you just tripped over, but...
Ow.
Shadow,
Falling
you
with
kinda
cat's grace.
stumble a little bit as well, but you're fine.
what is even there? Can I look back to see what they tripped on?
You look back and you don't see anything.
Do I see anything that I could have tripped on?
Nope.
Hmm.
Nothing
Probably still
that really
drunk.
stands out. But you are able to carry on to the temple otherwise unperturbed. This beautiful building, or what once was a beautiful building centered around nature, seems to be pretty dismantled. You enter this place and you see a mural of this boisterous woman, this goddess with long horns made of branches behind her and wreaths of flowers and other things. Judging by the map and what you've been, like what the map says the name of this place is, you're pretty sure this is the Temple of Shantaea, with the mural being that of Shantaea. You see this place is pretty much abandoned, just like everything else, just as destroyed. The mural is partially destroyed, but you can pretty much make out the woman meant to be Shantaea, standing in this bountiful bushel of like hay and fruit and melons and pumpkins. There's apples hanging from the branches over behind her. She wields a curved wooden staff that she holds onto, while a plum or another fruit is held up in her hand with a warm smile. You see scatterings of notes and stuff that were mostly destroyed. There's not like a traditional church per se, but like it looks like this was set up to be centered around this tree that's in the center of this temple. That has become cracked and like all the other things around here has been damaged to some degree.
I see.
Temple is beautiful.
It is very pretty.
Robert, give me a religion check.
Oh no. See how this goes.
Okay. You don't really remember anything about Shantaea. You're pretty sure she's some sort of something to do with druidic. But you don't really quite remember.
Well, I think we should probably start looking online to, best jog our memories.
Yeah.
Just kind of doing a general look around.
Yeah.
Alright, give me a perception check from all of you.
Faith, what are your rolls today?
Face rolls are
You're
scary,
good luck.
alright.
They're either good or they're bad.
I'm the same way.
Maximus, as you're looking around, you get really excited because you think you found something. You pick it up. It looks like it was a journal. You open it up, and you are immediately hit with a blast of disgusting mold and dust, and you're pretty sure, like, something just scurried out of it. Some kind of bug just crawled across your hand.
I'm
Shadowpaw,
gonna
as
gag and start crying.
Shadowpaw, as you're looking through, you do find a few of the pages of like some old books that are still kind of holding strong. You do see mentions of Shantaea, the
also known as, like, you see a couple listings of her as called the Earth Mother. But nothing really like concrete, just a few scripts of life and bounty and things like that. You do find one note that kind of stands out to you that seems to be rather quite old, that describes the Tree Fleece Corner as or sorry, not the Tree Fleece Corner, sorry. You see the Bright Fleece. The mention of the name Bright Fleece. And that a decree of the Bright Fleece's charge and promise to protect the land from some ancient evil beneath the earth. It's all very religious, poetic, talking about like the cracking of the earth and the hatching of the depths that would rain hell with a devil's smile upon the world. That the sky would grin as no dead would live. And you see a few fragments of like druidic spells that are too fallen apart to really piece together. Talks of seals, of keeping watch and listening to nature itself, the warnings that would come, and to watch the sky. On the back of one of the pages, you do see that there is something that was scrawled along the corner in this very frantic scribble. We should have listened. It watches us. Shantea, please guard us. It hangs over us, grinning. Remember. And then the last word kind of scribbles off the page.
Remember. The more we find, the more questions we get.
I'm just gonna go look for somewhere deeper inside the chapel, see if there is one at least.
You look through, and there's not really a deeper portion. This place seems like it was pretty open-ended. Less of, like, the traditional chapel and more druidic in nature, very, like, collaborative and communal. A place to kind of collect together in reverence of this goddess to watch over them.
Alright, well, that's a dead end. Stupid thought, actually. Can I go over to the altar and see if there's like check it, like do a religion check on it?
Sure. As you get to what seems to be the closest thing to an altar that these druids have, it seems to be just a slab of barely carved natural stone at the base of the tree with just a few like druidic scripts of protection and things like that. Go ahead and give me give me another religion check, please.
Okay.
From what you can gather, it kind of starts to click for you. This place is in reverence to a goddess of life and bounty. It looks like this place was built not only as a place of worship, but a center of a sort of
place of like protection, almost a magical kind of centerpiece, where power would have been collected from other druids to feed into this this place that should have really like held up some kind of spell. You don't really know what kind of spell, or if it was even really a spell at all, or just something of a religious nature.
Would you say it was like a conduit of sorts?
A sort of conduit, yeah.
Okay.
But as you're kind of like looking over this, you can see that part of this altar is cracked at the base, and the crack seems to cut all the way up through some of the runes. It looks like one of the roots had grown out underneath and caused some small damage over time that had grown and broken these runes. You don't really feel any magic coming from this place. In fact, it gives you more of an unsettling, empty feeling, where you should have felt warm and covered in, you know, something of people that you would be connected to as a druid. There's nothing. It's this empty space that almost gives you a chill. But as you're looking over this altar, you do find that there are inscribed along in this druidic text, aside from the spell, the spell or religion piece, there is a bit of writing, a creed, if you will. The Earth Mother is everything, and her health is our health. She feeds us, clothes us, waters us, and shelters us. No god is greater than her, though many are noisier. No god is more forgiving, more nurturing, or more essential. Truly, Shantaea is all.
Sounds like some cult bullshit.
With this, like, this seems to kind of click in your mind as, like, it is a very strong religious nature, but it doesn't give you, like, a negative vibe, or, like, a... not like a culty negative vibe, but more like a
Right.
very strong, like, belief system around this druidic goddess. Or whether it's druidic or, like, something similar.
If there are many, I don't know. Never really touched up on it.
There's definitely, like, that sense of, like, something's missing here, but the warmth you expected is no more.
Hey, Shadowpaw, have you figured out anything?
Yeah, I found these writings that speak of some sort of evil.
Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of clues here.
I'm gonna collect as many of the writings as I can. Maybe we can decipher them with everyone together.
Yeah. Could you also we should also take note of the writing on the altar.
Yeah.
Yeah. It might be some clues, who knows. And I'll look over at Maximus. Did you find anything?
Maximus is still desperately trying to get the mold and the gunk off of his hands. He's still freaking the fuck out. You're not going to get anything useful out of him.
Alright. Might as well just keep searching around here.
You guys search for a little while longer. The sunset seems to be deepening from these lighter pinks and yellows into these deeper oranges and reds. Nothing else really seems to be standing out for you.
You say it's a religion check to try and get anything out of this?
You can try. If you want to take a peek at the thing.
I will roll a religion check after freaking out about the dirt. 6. I'm getting jack shit out of this.
You're getting jack shit. You don't know shit about druids. This stuff is like an alien language to you.
I'm gonna pretend to know what I'm doing.
Can you all give me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh
Oh
dear.
no.
I'm the only one that's proficient in that, aren't I?
No, I've got it.
Okay.
That's a 20.
Okay. Okay. Give me another wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Not 2 wisdom saving throw.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Okay. You guys find yourself no longer in the temple. You find yourselves not exactly far away. You can still see the temple, but you do find yourselves back next to the carrion crawler.
The heck?
Not this again.
Faith, you find that there is a slight scratch on your shoulder. Not terribly deep, but it's there. And Maximus, you are missing quite a few tufts of fur out of your tail.
No! No! No!
It's
my
a little,
guy,
it's like
my
matted
guy!
and bloodied. It's matted and slightly
No!
bloodied.
He's like crouched down, like holding his tail like he would a dying child.
In fact, all three of you, when you kind of come to in like this moment, are fluffed up and like claws out. Like you find yourself coming to in this moment of extreme tension.
Just intense yowling from Maximus. He's very proud of his tail. The fact that
42 off in
he's,
the
like,
distance
little
gets a
mouth
small
just-
premonition to be smiling.
I sense a great disturbance in the force.
As
10 seconds
you-
later.
As you guys look over, you hear the crumbling of rock as you watch part of the temple's ceiling cave in.
That
Yeah.
is.
It's a good thing we weren't in there.
Or were you?
Why? Why weren't we in there though?
Because we were just there.
Yeah, and something happened.
Also, something else you guys notice now. That place where you had tripped before, there is now a massive hole in the ground.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'm about to
How?
start just blasting this place with fireball.
I'm about it. So I started blasting.
How did we?
How did we not trip over that? Well, how did you guys not trip over that?
Because it wasn't there earlier.
I walked there and tripped somehow.
I stumbled on it.
Rabbit, you in particular are a little dirtier than you remember being before. A little covered in dirt and stuff.
Were we even in the temple? Like, I shouldn't be this dirty just from going in a temple.
Faith's gonna dig into her bag to pull out the notes and papers that she managed to recover.
You still have them.
Okay, we did go inside. In fact,
Okay.
we have these means we did. Faith's going to look at the sky.
It looks like it's already well into the evening, actually. It is. You see the stars out and the moon.
We probably should get back to the inn before any more tomfuckery happens.
We should probably
Agreed.
assemble the others.
Yeah.
In this time period as well, what have you been doing, Faye?
Slowly peeking in the different windows and stuff as I make my way over to them.
Okay. As you're kind of making your way in that general direction, most of the places seem pretty much in different states of disarray, some worse than others. The northern section of town does seem pretty nasty. You do see the stalls are still the same. One stall that's still standing, filled with what should have been a flower display, but all the flowers are rotten. As you're passing the hospital, still in the same state of disarray, more houses, you see the inn that they had passed by. By the time they have kind of come true, you've made your way over there. You feel like you took longer to get there than you expected, getting there well into the evening. When it should have only taken you about 40 minutes or so.
Odd.
But you
Considering
do
the amount of time
manage
that's
to meet up
passed.
with the others outside of, and you do see the carrion crawler and everything else.
Did you guys kill that, or was that dead when
No,
you
it
got
was
here? Okay. Also, what's with the fur on edge there?
We got no clue. One said
I-
that we were in the temple.
And the next we're out here. I have a scratch. Mittens is messy.
Dirt cover.
And Maximus. She's just gonna step aside for 42 to look at Maximus.
Maximus has a bald spot.
I chuckle.
He's missing a few tufts on his tail. It definitely looks like it's pretty ragged. Still
He's
pretty
not a happy
bad.
camper.
Maximus is balding.
Under my breath, I go, well deserved.
I heard that.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Are you
I
sure?
heard that. I'm positive I heard you talking shit.
Are you 100% positive it was me? I rolled deception.
roll your deception.
Can I fuck with the? Can I jump in and fuck with? I'm pretty sure it's just the guy that's talking shit to you.
Roll deception with advantage, 42. Go ahead and roll an insight check there, Rad. You're
Damn
pretty
it.
sure it's the wind. But you're still got that, like, sneaking, like, you're still giving them the side eye. Could have been the wind. Not sure if you're probably
Gaslighting.
accept that, but, you know, they might be right.
I consider jumping one of them anyways, but I can't be tolerating this kind of disrespect. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
Don't worry, we can get you some hair implants for your tail.
He can pay for
Does
that.
not
The
need hair implants. I will fix it. It's fine.
Boneless bro in 42. I think they're balding.
I think he is too.
I think you both are full of shit.
I'm sorry, are you talking in a mirror? And do you have vision
I
problems?
will drag you over and feed you to the carrion crawler. Now be silent.
Are they talking to the wind?
Mayhaps.
I'm going to bite someone.
Kinky.
I understand it is uncouth. I do not care. Someone's getting bit.
Again, I say kinky.
And again, I say you disgust me.
And you disgust me as well.
It's not hot. You're a creature with no taste. Disgust to you means nothing.
And you're a creature who licks his own ass.
So are you!
I'm a goblin!
You don't know what goblins do. You might!
I know more than you! Walking domesticated cat.
Meanwhile, the other cats at the party.
Do you have
You
any
see- you see-
popcorn?
Sadly, I'm fresh out.
You see Panda just kind of slide off of Faye and climb onto Faye. Giving like a disgruntled kind of look.
I'm just gonna kind of give her like head scritches.
Sorry for if these insults splash damage you two. They are mostly directed at this disgusting pig.
I am a cat, thank you. Or are you blind as well?
I wish I was.
Well, good. You can practice by closing your eyes and minding your damn business.
Oh my god. Okay, I think we probably should get back to the matters at hand. Or I
Ah,
guess
yes. The matters at hand.
the matters in pause.
I'm still
I-
full of malice, but let's continue.
Does anyone have catnip for Maximus? We might need to
I
like,
do in
like,
fact have
so-
catnip.
Panda's head perks up.
No,
I might be willing to part with some of it for Maximus.
no catnip.
I do not
Oh.
need catnip. I am fine.
Are you sure?
I don't know what you all are on about.
I pull out the little baggie. Are you sure you don't need some of this to calm down?
I can calm down on my own. I am an adult. Mind your damn business.
I give
You're an adult to your adult.
I give Panda a small little pinch of catnip.
Just gone instantly.
And that is why I am here. I think that we should head back to the tavern. It's better to be somewhere that's been relatively safe, rather than out in the open.
I'm not quite sure the tavern is any safer, but
Look, I don't know what. I'd rather not be near something that's dead and knowing this town could come alive any second and jump us.
Carrion feeders are rather nasty. And without my most of my spell slots, I would be. My ability to smite such a foe is greatly diminished.
why smite it? I can just cast Fireball. And then we can have roasted carrion eaters.
It's best not to eat these things. Those that feast upon the dead.
Oh, cooked thoroughly enough, I'm pretty sure any bacteria would be gone.
It's not about the bacteria.
I don't think they'd taste very good.
Taste is a matter of perspective.
One I am happy not to share with you.
I can't taste anything, so...
All the better that I do not share with you.
Yeah.
But yes, we should probably at least move away from this area. All jokes aside. Minus the one traveling with us.
Alright, so you're all heading back towards the tavern.
Mhm.
As you are heading back towards the tavern, cutting through the town that you're slowly starting to become a little bit more familiar with now, thanks to this map. You notice that, Faye, you notice that the Puffball and Prolifix lights are out for the night. You also notice that as you're going past this building in particular, it looks like there is a man locking up for the night.
The double store?
Yes, the double store. It looks like he seems to be locking up the left one in particular. The western one. He has his back to you guys. He doesn't really turn his head as you come by. Looks to be this well-built man with ginger hair and like thick leather gloves just from a glance from behind. He just seems to be locking up for the night.
Okay.
Hmm.
I will make a note to visit that place to see what it's about later.
You do see as he does, he briefly gives you guys a little glance over his shoulder, but doesn't really pay you much mind. You see another person walk out from the other shop that has a hood up, seems to be dressed in a red cloak, a very fancy looking red cloak. And they seem to share some quiet words, just a few whispers, as you guys pass by.
I squint at the red cloak, because that looks very fancy for the state this town is in.
It does, actually. And you see that as you're like looking more closely, the place seems to be called F&A's. And it looks like the sign actually spreads over both the shops as like a kind of combination shop building.
I'm at the Pizza Hut. I'm at the Taco Bell. I'm at the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell.
You do see them kind of like whisper a few things, and you see the ginger kind of roll his eyes and crack a smile for like a quick second before getting like a light punch to the shoulder to the other guy. They seem to be talking in a pretty jovial manner.
I'm gonna try and listen in on what they're saying.
Can I
Right,
sneak
give
over
me-
as a cat?
Alright, you're sneaking? Or you just
Well, not
waltzing up?
sneaky. I'm just gonna waltz up and pretend to be a regular ass normal cat.
Give me a deception roll with advantage, and Faith, give me a perception check. Okay. You really can't tell what they're saying, but it seems pretty positive in nature. Just two friends, or maybe something more, you know? As you walk up, you catch a few words of just chuckling and chatting. Pretty sure one of them just shared like a joke or a teasing with the other. But as they kind of glance over and notice you, there's a moment where the one in the red cloak pauses, and then you see him lower his hood, and you see what seems to be a Warforged, actually.
Oh.
And I'm actually gonna bring them out here. Tokens. Tokens. There we go. Tokens. Tokens. There we go.
Cat behavior go.
And you just see his eyes look perturbed. Like he seems not too keen, but you see the other guy, the ginger, his eyes like light up. And he immediately kneels down and starts making a little pss, pss. Like you see this really hardened, like rough-looking man that like doesn't look like he smiles often, just instantly light up like little pss, 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 pss. Yeah, kitty, kitty, kitty. You're kitty kitty.
I'm gonna run over to him and just kind of like typical cat behavior, start like nudging against his leg.
Do like a
You see
purring
this-
meow.
Yeah.
You see the one in the red cloak kind of roll his eyes as this ginger is just like immediately just tries to scoop you up and is just babying you, like. And you see him just kind of sigh from the one in the red cloak kind of sighs for a moment. Oh, you cannot be serious. We already have enough things on our hand. You are not. Don't even think about it. I have a look at him. Look at him. How can you say no to a face like this?
I'm gonna give him just the big old baby eyes.
I slowly approach them.
He seems completely unimpressed. No. See?
I'm
Was that so hard? And he looks over, he's like, please tell me this is yours.
It is. I'm sorry for any trouble he's bothered you with. He's
You
quite
just see, like,
adventurous.
the crestfallen look on the other guy's face as he puts you down and gives you a few more pats. Aye, it's not trouble. Yes, well, maybe slight trouble. Please do keep your, animals to yourself. Thank you.
Well, they're not my
He
animals.
looks like
they're
he's kind
their
of
own
dusting
animals.
himself. He's like checking for any cat hair on his cloak. He's like,
I side-eye him with the biggest, like, side-eye, you fucking pretentious bastard.
This guy, and as you're like kind of looking over him, this guy looks like he could give Maxwell a run for his money. Like, this man is decked out in like fancy ass clothes. He's got little bits of jewelry and stuff like that. He's wearing like a little circlet and everything. He's got this silver chain across his cloak, a belt with little tools attached to it. Like, this man is pretty well decked out. Like, not city level, but for a town like this, he's doing pretty well for himself. Which is hilariously contrasting against the other man, the ginger, who has like these goggles, he's got suit on his face, rough looking vest, tools on his belt, big gauntlet gloves. You know, they're definitely like polar opposites going on here.
I nudge Maximus. Hey, look.
Can I continue just to rub against the guy's leg as a cat? Just
Flynn,
playing it up, the whole cat vibe.
the ginger is just like enamored. He is like so into this. He is just having a day. He's looks almost like disappointed. Like the crestfallen look he had when he was told like this is not a cat he can just take and adopt was so strong.
I am
I
judging
look-
the Warforged's fashion sense.
You know, funny enough, like go ahead and give me an insight check.
I'm deeply side-eyeing him. Like,
It's 12.
This man, for what he has to work with, you're impressed. This man has put together some pretty damn good fashion for being stuck in the middle of like a ruined city or town.
and
Even
I
for,
thought
like,
I
a
couldn't
good
meet.
town. This man put some work in.
I thought I couldn't meet someone worse than you, Max.
Excuse me. I can hear you.
I
And
know
see,
you
like,
can.
The ginger kind of squint for a moment. Hi, is there any trouble here?
I just don't get on too well with people
no
of higher
trouble.
standing.
Like, it's no trouble. He's
Higher
just
standing.
stupid.
Well, if you haven't seen yourself around here, not exactly much higher standing. Ardo here just works as ourself.
I air quote big, like higher standing.
He seems to cross his arms and like his good mood is just immediately soured. Right. Higher standing. You see, meanwhile, Ardor is sizing you up, Maxwell. And he definitely seems to be like looking you up and down. And you get like a small approving nod, though he does seem to squint at your tail for a second.
I am sweeping that shit behind me. The tail is an illusion. Do not look at it. Do not look at the tail behind the curtain.
You see him give a mixture of a look that's like, you know, a little bit snobbish but almost piteous over that.
How does a cat enjoyer react to seeing a giant cat?
He looks a little off-put, honestly. He doesn't look like he knows, like, the ginger doesn't look like he knows how to, react to this many cat people.
You know, this is fair.
He looks interested, but not, like, quite the same as, like, you know, cat.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cat in quotation marks.
I wouldn't want to pet that one either.
I didn't have any interest in doing so.
Exactly.
Kind of shakes his head, squints at you. Ardor, meanwhile, who was introduced just a second ago, just kind of lightly rests a hand on his hip, you know.
As you do.
I take it you lot are new in town.
Yes, we are.
Hmm.
Few days fresh.
A few days.
We've
That's
been
not long at
traveling
all.
for a while.
Well, if you're looking for any fine wares, or there either jewelry, and he kind of indicates a circlet with a proud little flourish, or otherwise, and he gestures to the man beside him, of the armory type, you will find no better wares in any corridor of this land than right here at FNA's.
I examine my whip really quick.
I am
Maybe.
Ardor, and this is Flint, my business partner.
It's nice to meet you.
Wait a minute. Do you see them both like look down?
Yes, he's not actually a cat.
He's a druid. Surprise!
You see Flint pause for a moment, and he looks like he almost wants to look extremely perturbed.
You
Before
just gave
thinking-
a
me
human.
thinking- And he just kind of shrugs, and he just pats the cat's head again.
He's gonna go try and bapping like whatever he has on his belt.
He seems like he had a moment where he had to think about it before deciding, nope, didn't care. Still a cat.
That is
He
not
was less
Cromwell,
perturbed by the shapeshift.
or better known as Mittens.
Well, you are just a delight, Mittens.
Bow.
No.
Many
This
pats are given.
Fluffball next to me, dressed up in pomper, is Maximus DeVille.
I'm gonna wave.
Ardor gives you a rather over-the-top bow. A delight.
I will also bow back in an equally fancy and overcomplicated way.
Get the full hat flourish going.
Oh,
The other-
absolutely.
The other cat next to me, I will let introduce
I-
herself.
Thank you. I am Shadowpaw, and this one resting upon my shoulders is Spark of Life.
Lazy hand wave. Yeah, it's me. She looks like she was napping for a while there. Though she does seem to be side-eyeing the shinies that are Ardor's decorations.
Now, Spark, don't go taking
What?
anything.
I wasn't gonna!
Sure.
You see Ardor kind of raise a brow.
She
Right.
can get a little handsy with shiny things.
I would hope she wouldn't. We have
Not if anybody's
points.
watching her.
Such as me.
Right. Well, if you require anything of decorative nature or otherwise more practical, practical, then Flint and Ardor's best in the area. Not that there's much competition anymore.
You wouldn't perhaps have some sort of amplification stone available, would you?
Amplification stone. Now let's see here. And he thinks for a moment. For you? Probably not.
What about 5 gold?
Now we're speaking. Let me think.
Well, we're closed for the night, but perhaps if you drop by in the morning, we can talk something out.
All right.
Very well. I do hope you all have a pleasant night, some more than others, and I will look forward to your visit in the morning.
As a side note, I've been tallying up all the money that Maximus has owed me from this.
Oh no. You see, you get like some last minute scritches as Flint reluctantly kind of draws back. Right,
Get
well,
a
I'll
nice
see you in the
little
morning.
purr.
I will see you in the morning. And like squints at the cat for a minute. And do make sure you double check that you locked up. You always forget to do so. I looked up just fine. You're the one who was forgetting. I do not. You do.
I actually
You see him like
watched
quickly
Flint
double
there.
check, and you see Arthur quickly kind of do a little quick click. There's like a little click as he like locks the door. I didn't forget anything.
I chuckle a little bit.
Well, it is a pleasure. Good night. Aye. Don't
Good
trip on your way
night.
home, you overstuffed zealot. Yes, yes, don't choke on your own sawdust. Ah. Flint kind of lingers for a moment, gives you all a nod as you see Ardor kind of head off in the direction of like the northeast-ish. Flint kind of waves and heads off in his own direction.
They fight like an old married couple.
That they do.
I bet you are closer to the truth than you realize.
Closer catching these paws.
Alright, so you carrying on your way?
Yes.
Yep.
Alright. You find your way back towards the tavern. You notice as you head in, it seems like the fire in the tavern has dwindled down to just heated coals. Tavern keeper doesn't seem to be present at the moment. The cat just seems to be lounging on the counter as it does.
I'm gonna cast to speak with animals as a second level spell.
Okay. You cast Speak with Animals.
Good evening there. And I'm talking to the cat.
You see the cat lift his head for a moment, stare at you, and just.
This version of
Do you know
complacent
where the
as
tavern
opposed
keeper
to this
is?
version, which is different. Oh, for my blind viewers who can't see the pictures, here are the definitions in Braille.
Doesn't seem to be paying
But
you
anyways, this version of complacent as a
I'm just gonna extend a hand to pet it.
The cat immediately arches up and gives this. And
Okay.
scampers off after a quick swipe at your hand.
Now that is curious.
And kind of scampers off behind the bar, and you lose track of him.
I pull out the little bag of catnip and jiggle it a little.
Panda ears. Boop.
No, you've had yours for today.
Oh, I haven't.
I gave you a little pinch earlier.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This-
I
but
I'm afraid to call Kitty Kitty because I know all three of you will come towards me.
Kitty?
mm,
Meow.
there is something interesting with that cat.
Go ahead and
Before-
give me a perception roll, by the way, all of you.
Oh.
Today.
I don't
Fortunately,
know.
Panda rolled a natural 20, so Panda points out the note that is left on the bar. It seems to be a note from the bartender saying that if you need anything, she left a couple of just a couple of meals in a ice box, free of charge. Help yourself, and you do see like a little ice box just next to the it's not like an ice box, it's like a small cooler of sorts. Next to the note, just seems to be some simple like sandwiches and things like that. She has mentioned in the note that she has turned in for the night. She trusts that you won't take anything. And
Ice Panda.
she's taking your advice to get some rest.
That's good to hear. I will leave you guys to have the sandwiches.
Late in the night.
I will leave the food to you all. I'm going to turn in.
Alright. I'm gonna go turn in as well.
Nice.
Time in character to go bed.
Yeah.
As you guys head up to the room, something odd stands out to y'all. There are 5 of you, and yet there are 7 bedrolls, and 2 of the bedrolls have packs beside them.
Bitch, what the fuck?
So-
Did we forget 2 members?
Who invited some friends along that I didn't know about?
Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
Perhaps it's those two, the 2 that we met.
No, because they seem to have lived in this town for a while.
It's true, they do have houses.
They have a shop.
Please.
Why would Fleas be that big?
You don't know.
Okay, why would our Fleas be that big? Or your Fleas?
I don't have fleas, okay?
You spend 90% of your time in a cat, in the shape of a cat.
I have my reasons.
Maybe they wild shape with them.
You're not helping my paranoia.
If they did, I'd probably have them in my hair. And trust me, I take flea baths, okay?
Yes, regardless, we need to figure out who's rooming with us.
I examine the packs to see if there's any sort of like ownership written on them.
In one of the bags, you find a couple prayer beads. You find it looks like some beads, meditation or prayer. You find a couple of wrappings, spare clothings that look like they belong to a rather stout, short female. Vests
So-
and things like that. Very simple
Mm.
clothings.
A monk type character.
In the other bag, you find just simple things like traveling gear as well, candles, incense, vestments, rations, water skin. You also find in the second bag the remains of a journal.
I examine the journal.
As you're skimming through this journal, this journal has a lot of detail to it. A lot of the pages are damaged and covered in what looks to be mud or blood, or both. Some are torn out, but there are some that detail adventures that you remember. going on, traveling on, things that you remember doing, fights that you've gone through as a group. These in particular talk a lot about different bits about each of you that seem like things that you would have shared with a friend.
With a
And
closer
it is
friend.
a fairly close friend, especially you, 42.
Oh.
Details that they're not super deep, but there are a few personal things that you wouldn't have
Told
shared
the
so
others?
easily with others. Not without a little bit of coercion and comfort and closeness. And in the last 2 pages, you find this and this. I believe those should show up in your handouts. It would be Faye in particular that sees this unless you decide to share it with the others.
Oh dear. Hey, you all might want to come look at this.
Huh?
Hmm?
And Nox, as you're looking through this journal, you also see a lot of bits, especially personal things about you, not just the fights and the battles and the things that you've gone through as a party, but also things before that. Things from your past, your family, your childhood.
Nox, do you have a sister we don't know about?
Not that I know of. I'm adopted.
Did your adopted family give you any siblings?
No, I was the only kid.
This person also knows things about me that I haven't told to any of you.
Yeah, same. It's unnerving.
A little. We also have a monk.
When did we have a monk anyway?
I don't know, but the other pack contains items pertaining to a monk.
I'm gonna go downstairs and check the log for the tavern, see if anyone checked in.
Also, on this page, it's telling us the same thing that deaf man told us.
That's definitely concerning.
Yes. And it's saying that the potion maker gave them some runes to protect us.
Funny enough, the name Javera doesn't really ring a bell to you.
Who's... Wait. Oh. Was it? Hold on. Javera. Interesting. There's lapses in my memory.
Lapses in all of our memories, it seems.
I don't understand lapses in your guys' memories. You sleep for half a day. But a lapse in my memory. That's extremely concerning. Very. Let's not mention this to the townspeople, because I'm pretty sure that last time we did, it caused some slight of disarray.
Shadowpaw, you remember in particular the words "It's watching us" were the same ones that you had carved into your chest, or someone had carved into your chest when you were sleeping that one night and woke up.
I just kind of put a hand on my chest, rubbing it a bit uncomfortably.
You can still feel the slight scarring.
This is unsettling.
Very.
I have two bags, one of which belonging to someone who knows a lot about us.
Who's... They write as if they're a confidant of sorts. I will have to meditate on this tonight.
You do. We also, and I'm gonna reach into my bag and pull out the notes I took from the temple. Do I still have them?
You do still have the notes.
Okay.
In fact, you have all of your notes and messages still.
Okay. We found these at the Druidic Temple.
Oh?
It talks about some sort of evil sealed in the ground, various signs of its awakening.
We've
And it
heard mention of this before, haven't we? That the druids believed there was some evil sealed in the ground and that the cruel soils unleashed it by digging up the ground.
and it ends with the begging to look up.
Just the same as this journal. And what the deaf man told us.
Shadowpaw is going to look up.
You see the
42 slowly looks up,
I'll also look up.
asking for his patron to help him see anything that might be there.
Give me a. Faith, give me a. Here. Give me a persuasion check. As you all look up, you see the ceiling.
Oh yes, the
Faye?
ceiling's made of ceiling.
You hear this chuckling in your head. This
Damn
is
it, stop
almost like
chuckling, tell me something.
a noise on the wind. And then the faint whispers that tangle in your mind and then slowly untangle.
I focus on the whispers.
Creature. Beautiful creature.
Fuck you.
Where do you find answers? When you seek them. Seek them where all knowledge lies.
The library?
Not the internet, okay.
Sorry, the dark web.
And then that faint chuckling fades out.
Fucking bastard.
Dark Web, can't believe we have to go to see Long.
I'd rather not talk with her. So, my patron's a bastard. However, he gave me some information. We should go to the library when we wake up.
Alright.
I don't trust nighttime in this town.
Neither do I.
It is also
Same.
like really late. Like you guys are feeling heavy. It is pretty. It's probably about like 11 o'clock, if not midnight.
Just go bed.
It is time to EBs.
It is definitely the EB's hour.
I sit crisscross on my bedroll and just kind of fall into my usual trance with my eyes open.
As I get ready for bed, Shadowcraw's just gonna touch the amulet, the symbol of her contractor. I don't want to. I don't want to owe you more favors, especially after you took my name, but tomorrow I may need to ask of your assistance. I won't pay any price that you ask. You know that I will.
You hear nothing. But for a moment you feel this tickling up your back. And you feel a breath against your ear. And the smell of some sort of floral scent hits your nose. Before it twists and turns, and that floral scent turns to rot. Before fading away again. And then after a moment you hear, just for you, you hear the faint sound of a pickaxe striking stone. Just once.
I think I understand. Thank you. And she'll just let go of the amulet, almost hesitantly. Whatever that costs me, I hope it's worth it.
As you all look at Faye, or if those are you who are looking at Faye, Faye, you feel a sudden, or not Faye, sorry, Faith. Wow, brain. You feel a sudden sharp pain in your left eye, and it is excruciating. And it only lasts for a moment or two. When you pull your hand away, your left eye has come completely white. For a second before it clears up, and there is now a... What is your eye color naturally? It's like blue?
Yeah.
Blue. Your left eye has turned gold.
faint speckles of pink inside of it. Your vision feels off and disoriented. And you realize that you, after a bit of experimenting and closing one eye and opening the other, you can no longer see from your left eye.
I thought you'd have wanted a favor. This is...
For the next 24 hours, you now have advantage on all ability checks that include things like deception, investigation, insight, perception, basically senses and thought. You feel that heightened sense, and you can see this faint shimmer for a second dance across the notes in your hand before they fade. You feel the guidance of your patron linger for the next day at the cost of half your vision.
Out of character.
Mm-hmm.
I'm now kind of glad that my patron is a chuckling bastard.
Yeah.
You didn't offer everything or anything, Mr. Chuckling Bastard.
You could chuckle less. And maybe I would offer something.
Well, that's your own fault.
Meanwhile, after having given my name, I know all too well. Nothing is free with my patron.
I don't have a name to give. I have numbers.
You now have disadvantage on ranged attack rolls, specifically.
I mean, that's fine. I don't think I have any other than Sacred Flame. Oh, Sacred Flame's a dex save.
Can I look at that journal again? I'm curious. Some other.
Are you looking for anything specific?
I want to see, like, with how it's written, if there's any, like, cipher, anything with, you know, if it's written weirdly in any way.
There doesn't seem to be any ciphers or hidden things. You do see a few, like, bits of druidic script here and there, but it looks more like simple writings of someone being taught. Like, here's the name and like things like that. You actually do find a name in the druidic you find a specific line of druidic script that says hang on a sec. Where the fuck did I put it? Where did I put it? God, did I accidentally delete it? I'm gonna fight God. Here we go. Is that it?
I'm going to fight God at this rate.
Oh
God's gonna fight back.
Time to throw hands with the god.
Well, more accurately, a demon, but
You do find a line that says, "My name is Annabelle Cromwell."
Oh.
what'd you find, Nox? Oh wait, no, I'm in a chance.
You also do see, amidst all the other things, a lot of sketches. Oh shit, I just accidentally sent that. Ignore that. Jonas. You also see a lot of sketches in the journal. Sketches of all of you. You also see sketches of a unfamiliar, very tough-looking dwarven woman, posing majestically and badassery. It looks like she's quite old, as well, like an elderly woman. But very muscular. Either a dwarf or a gnome, you can't really tell. It's not the best drawing, but it's a drawing. You see that sketch that I shared of what clearly seems to be another member of the party, drawn in a few times, actually. Seems like 42's face shows up a lot more in the journal, as well as your face, than
Sorry, what?
some of the others. You
I think
find
you have a stalker.
You find some really various notes of like conversations. Slight hint. Give me an insight roll.
Alright. Where's my... There it is.
Okay. You definitely get the sense of this little hints of like maybe a crush in the pages. The writing is very sweet-natured, very gentle and affectionate. There's a lot of notes of worry, and especially sisterly worry, specifically for you. There's little bits of plant drawings in there as well. Writings on healing and stuff like that. Little bits of notes. But
It's a name I haven't heard in ages.
you do also find another name in the journal that doesn't match up with any of your party members.
Oh.
You do find a note in there mentioning someone named Ortra Foddleroddle.
He's like, fuck.
That sounds dwarven if I've ever heard a dwarven name.
Yeah.
Give me a history check, Rabbit.
Oh no.
Less dwarven, more gnomish. And kind of doubling back to look at these pictures, this definitely seems a little less stocky than a dwarf. For
Yeah.
the more elderly looking woman.
Definitely interesting writings. There's a lot here. I can't quite make out any of it. But, well... There's a few names. We should probably check the ledger downstairs for it. You guys, probably should rest. I'll take first watch and, you know, see if I can pick anything apart.
42's already resting. He's in his trance-like state.
And Shadowpaw is just falling asleep.
Oh, that just leaves me being awake, the insomniac of the party.
You head downstairs, and it's not hard to find the ledger that you're looking for behind the bar.
You do see that the cat from before is watching you like a hawk right now. From the top shelves in the corner of the room over here.
Could I cast Speak with Animals since...
You can?
Alright, I'll be doing that.
Okay.
Hey, buddy, I'm just curious. There's 2 more bedrolls upstairs and, well, you know, the tavern keep's not around, so I thought if it's okay, could I check the books?
You just see him staring down at you, and then he parts his maw and hisses. He doesn't really respond or seem to acknowledge your words, as his tail kind of flicks from side to side.
Why is no one grabbing the catnip and trying to coerce it?
Hey, I'll just be doing my thing, like, just gonna quickly look at the book and see if we can see any of the names that I saw in the book before, in the other book, in the journal.
As you're flipping through this book, you notice something peculiar about the names in this book. There's a lot of mentions of names that check in but never seem to check out. Especially in the more recent entries. You actually see as well not only ledgers of people coming to stay, but also ledgers of people buying drinks and making tabs. You see the name Puck Elmhill, which feels familiar, but you're not sure. You see the name Votakai occasionally. You even see the name Javera a few times, and India Mary. But none of these names click. The only ones that feel familiar, other than Flint and Ardor, who you met earlier, there's a few mention of like the Cruel Soils and Bright Fleeces and other names like that, and the Cruel Fleeces the Bright Soils as well in the earliest mentions. You also do, in fact, at the most recent entries, in fact, every single night that you stayed here, for every single night that there are names that you all have, you find those 2 names right alongside. And you see a little tally of the total of 7 gold per night, with 1 gold per person.
There's only 7 of them. Mr. Cat, like, he'll close the
You
book
look
and
up
push
and
it
the cat
away.
is gone. The cat has vanished.
Typical cat behavior. He's just gonna take like whatever piece of paper or anything that there is from, you know, the bar to write on really quick to take a note of it.
Okay. You find some paper easy enough.
Yeah, easy enough paper. And he's just gonna take the note and stuff it in his pocket.
Okay.
Or, I guess, his fur.
You don't really have a pocket, and writing is kind of a challenge, but you might just scribble something out.
Yeah.
Give me a dexterity roll.
Alright.
It's legible-ish. Maybe like squint. It's sure, it's legible-ish. You don't really have pockets to stick it in cat form, so you're just kind of carrying it in your mouth.
Yeah, I'll stick it into somebody else's pocket. as
Fair
they're
enough.
sleeping.
You head on upstairs. You go to kind of just stuff it in a pocket of your choice.
Well, we're gonna stuff it into, what is it? Into,
Pocket or
Shadowpaw's
bag?
pocket.
Pocket bag.
Yeah.
As you go to stuff it in, the bag of which that, Shadowpaw is, it just kind of, you see the bag move.
Huh?
And as the bag is moving, something starts to, you see these long, thin, ghastly fingers start to creep out from the edge of the bag.
Oh, hell no.
And I I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fucking.
In fact, I need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Even while sleeping? Oh dear.
I forgot to put the tavern music back on. Okay. Faye?
Faye?
Wisdom?
Wisdom saving throw, yes.
Well, shit.
Faith, can you re-roll your saving throw, please?
Yes, I can.
Oh no.
I would like you to re-roll it one more time.
Oh no!
Okay, and again. Okay. You
Faith's roll.
see these digits starts to creep out as Faye is in their trance and Faith is asleep and Panda's asleep. These fingers start to creep out and reach towards you. And you hear this whispering. Come, kitty, kitty, come. Here, kitty, kitty. And you see a second hand start to creep out, and then Faith,
Mhm.
you wake up. Long gashes across your side that look almost as if very long fingers had dug in and grabbed and ripped. You see the bag of holding next to you, bloodied and slightly torn, especially along the edges.
I don't like that.
You are in quite a bit of pain. You are currently missing. Let me see here.
Careful, SpongeBob.
Let's go with... Oop, where's my thing here? Where's my thing here? Nope, not that. Hang on 1 second. Why is it not showing me the thing?
Cause
There
you're
we go.
stinky?
Okay. You have taken... Let's go with... that, and... How many times did I have you roll? 4?
4.
Okay. Let's go with... 28 points of damage.
Oh.
Aside from this horrific gash across your side, you also have a rather meaty chunk in your, like, kind of shoulder, torso, arm area on the opposite side that has visible, like, almost, like, it seems to be, like, teeth marks. You can't really tell of what kind of teeth, but it's definitely, like, the curve of, like, a very massive bite mark. You are coated, not only in your own blood, but black, like, you're pretty sure it's blood, but it looks dark, like really dark. The rest of you are all like still find yourselves in the room with the bed that Faith was in, just completely like in a disarray, you know, like tossed kind of. You, meanwhile, find yourself on a hill at the base of some steps. Kind of on the edge of the hill, and like looking, you can kind of see a town to the south of you that looks vaguely familiar. And it seems to be pretty early dawn, like really early dawn, like just a faint hint of pink in the sky. Everything around you is silent. Not even birdsong.
I pick up the bag of holding. I just attach it back to my belt. And I am going to at second level cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Why does it not show any upcasting?
You are also missing a few spell slots again.
Oh. What spell slots am I missing?
You are missing. Let me see here. You are missing a first level spell slot. Sorry, 2 first level spell slots. And a second level spell slot.
Okay, so I did get the Long Rest benefits of all my spells back.
Oh wait, did you not have a second level spell slot?
I had no first level slots before the Long Rest. I only had two second level slots left.
Then you're just missing the 1 second level slot.
I ran through this, but I need thanks you. Because I use that to cast Cure Wounds, which is 3d8.
Go ahead and roll your d8s. Yeah. So you get 12 health back.
Where is... I'm gonna make my way back to the town.
Okay. You limp your way back home, and you notice there's a few of the houses that still seem to be standing. Like as you're coming down south, passing these ruined stairs and these ruined what looks to be a guard tower as well, you recognize the homestead as you're coming down, which still looks to be in the same state. You see, as you're coming into town, that it seems like there's a few houses that are just in disarray that you don't remember if they were always in disarray with the rest of them. But you make your way back into town, which seems quiet overall. You don't have any issue making your way back towards the tavern. What are the rest of y'all doing?
I'm probably awake by now.
I'm confused as fuck and trying to figure out where the fuck they went.
Yeah, Faye comes out of the trance and everything's to shit, and you're like,
The fuck did you all do while I was out for 4 hours?
the room also does seem colder, and you can hear a slight breeze. coming from
Definitely didn't have a dwarven style party. Obviously.
How would you know what those are like?
I've been around.
We've been together for the better part of 7 years.
And you don't know what I've done the 7 years before that, other than that I used to be a guard.
Rabbit, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, fuck!
You hear a slight crumble and you sidestep instinctively just before a rock of some kind, or like a... No, it looks like some kind of bit of rock or rubble drops down next to you, and as you glance up you see a massive hole in the roof of your room.
I didn't do that, I swear.
I'm inclined to believe you.
Definitely not cat size.
Looks around. Where's Shadowpaw?
I don't know. I saw hands coming out of the bag of holding, and then everything just went to shit. And a very creepy, raspy voice.
I don't like that. Find anything else?
Not really.
The journal.
Oh yeah, the journal. Well, where's that piece of paper?
Last you checked, it was in the bag of holding.
Oh, fuck. I put
Why
this-
are we trusting the
made-
bag of holding? I have repeatedly said not to.
Alright, I made notes on this, but apparently the same names, two names keep popping up the ledger downstairs for the tavern, where when we had, checked in. We had 5 with us, but it says now that there's 7. And there were
Other
2
two.
names, which I'm brain farting on the names already. Whoops. 2 names just keep popping up. I don't know.
Out of character, Rabbit. It's Annabelle Cromwell and something Fodder Roddle.
Yeah. It was Annabelle Cromwell and something Fodder. I don't remember.
It would be Annabelle Cromwell, yes, and Ortra.
Ortra.
Fodderod.
Or, yeah. Annabelle Cromwell and Fortra.
Ortra.
Ortra.
So, assuming this Annabelle Cromwell is your sister, and
Remember, I don't have siblings.
we've established that the memory is spotty here around everything.
Yeah.
So currently, lest you remember doesn't matter.
Yeah, fair.
And then, I believe our monk friend is this Orta Fodoroddle.
Possibly. I mean,
Any-
my monk friend could be my quote-unquote sister.
Yeah, I don't see a sister of yours being a monk. Especially if we found her supposed journal in a separate bag from the monk's stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Anything else?
Not really. I mean, mean, other than the tavern keeper's cat being really fucking weird.
You've established that
And
one.
as Faith finally returns to the tavern after a few hours of discussion, we are going to wrap this up here for tonight.
Okay.
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 There's definitely a lot more to this turned into a 3-shot.
God
Well,
damn,
become
this
like a full
this
fucking
just-
campaign.
Honestly, at this point, that's what it's becoming.
It's a mini. I'll say you
Yeah.
guys are about 75%, 80% through.
Yay!
We just need to go to the
Making
damn
progress
mines.
Very slowly.
We should probably stop getting sidetracked and actually head to the mines.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for gaming, guys. I appreciate it. I had fun.
Yeah.
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 See you again next time.
Yeah. If you
See
guys
y'all
have any
next
questions,
time.
send them my way.
Okay.
I will see you guys next time. We'll discuss in time later. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. And that is going to end it for now, everybody. Why isn't my thing bouncing? Hold on. Hello? 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 Whatever. I will pull up somebody to raid out to. Just real quick. Who's live? No. We haven't raided Nero in a while. Let's raid Nero. So raid Nero. Fade. Raid Nero. Spade. And as always, if you're subbed, use the first one. Or use the second one, and if you're not subbed, use the first one. I will see you all next time. Either sometime this week or next week, depending on how busy I get. And I will see you all later.